No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political, you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, B road, all kinds of I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Tuesday edition of the closing argument. I am Jerome Gayman. I will be the host. Today we have two major issues that we are going to be addressing. First, today is November the 11th, and it is Veterans Day here in the United States. All this week we talked about patriotism. Are you a patriot? Do you deserve to be a patriot? Does your government give you enough reasons to believe that you can lay down your life for your nation? That brings us to today's lead topic, Veterans Day in the United States. We are going to go briefly into the history of Veterans Day, and then we are going to go to the different headlines. But the meat of today's topic or discussion would be the indictment of Honorable Fina Bono we have called upon some legal minds to come here and delve into this indictment. As a professional lawyer, he said he wouldn't appear on the show until we actually have the indictment from the court. So we finally did get the indictment from the court and forwarded it to them. And Councilor Wanda Framer is going to be here to delve into the actual act, the executive order that created this asset recovery, the legality, the scope, the duration. And then we're going to look at the actual indictment, see what's in there. Is this a legal document that any fair-minded legal mind would say, this is fair? In any other country, this particular indictment will stand the test of legal scrutiny. Or is this another cover-up or distraction? The president is under pressure for traveling all over the world and bringing home absolutely nothing. So much so that the press secretary of the president, Honorable Fofana, Kula Fofana, says not because the president travels means he should bring a bag of money. That's not how it works. The president is traveling around the world to strengthen our ties. And some are saying, well, during the last administration, when the Unity Partisans were in opposition, they cringed every time President Weah traveled. The question was, why has this benefited the Liberian people? I know I was on a show with another gentleman by the name of Abdullah Mame, and he will say that the President Weah was heartless, that the country was abjectly poor and people were dying from kush and hunger and thirst. Schools were in dilapidated conditions. Healthcare was poor. Education was non-existent. And the president was riding private jet. According to him, that was tantamount to treason, basically. Today, the shoes is on the other foot. President Weah went to France, and the French government pledged $10 million or 10 million euros. He brought that back to the Republic of Liberia. President Weah went to the Middle East, where President Walker did go. And we have a hospital in Wapulu and many more. All of a sudden now, the president is not under constraint to bring anything home as long as he's strengthening Liberia ties abroad. So we are going to go into the legalese of the case against Finabono. Finabono versus the Republic of Liberia. But first, let's look at the history of Veterans Day in these United States. It reads World War I, known at the time as the Great War, officially ended when the Treaty of Versailles was signed on June 28, 1919. In the Palace of Versailles, outside the town of Versailles, France. However, fighting ceased 7 months earlier when an armistice or temporary cessation of hostility between the Allied nations and Germany went into effect on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. For that reason, and November being the 11th month, and on the 11th day of November 1918, is generally regarded as the end of the war to end all wars. Veterans Day continues to be observed on November 11th, regardless of what day of the week on which it falls. The restoration of the observation and observance of Veterans Day to November 11 not only preserved the historical significance of the date, but helped focus attention on the important purpose of Veterans Day, a celebration of honor to honor America's veterans who, for their patriotism, love of country, and in November 1919, President Woodrow Wilson proclaimed November 11 as the first commemoration of Armistice Day with the following words, quote, "To us in America, the reflections of Armistice Day will be filled with solemn pride in the heroism of those who died in the country's service, and with gratitude for the victory, both because of the things from which it has freed us and because of the opportunity it has given America to show her sympathy with peace, justice in the councils of nations," unquote. The original concept of the celebration was for a day observed with parades and public meetings and a brief suspension of business beginning at 11 a.m. The United States Congress officially recognized the end of World War I when it passed a concurrent resolution on June 4th, 1926 with these words, "Whereas the 11th of November 1918 marked the cessation of the most destructive, sanguinary, and far-reaching war in human history, and the resumption of the people of the United States of peace relations with other nations, which we hope may never again be severed." That is a brief history of Veterans Day. Young men and women believing in something greater than themselves, a nation worth dying for, a cause worth dying for. To many of them, in fact, to all of them, there were no doubt, absolutely no doubt, that the Stars and Stripes, the United States of America, the belief and the ideals upon which the nation was formed was worth dying for, and most of them died defending those ideals to the very end. Have your nation, the Republic of Liberia, given you all reasons beyond all reasonable doubt that if all came to an end, you would be willing to lay down your lives for the nation because of what the nation have done for you or have given you? Like I said last week, for the baby that were born on the streets outside of the Redemption Hospital, mother in pain, giving birth, were denied entering the hospital because she didn't have the money to pay up front. How patriotic should that child be? Has Liberia done enough beyond all reasonable doubt to convince that baby and that mother that this country is worth dying for? You listen to the former Speaker of the House, Fofana, on one of our intros. He said, the Speaker of the House said, the police chief said, the case against you has nothing to do, basically nothing to do with the legality. It is a political case. So you can rely on your constitution, you can rely on all your knowledge about law, the judiciary, fairness, and justice. All of those don't matter at this point, he says, because it is a legal matter and it is a political matter and not a legal one. So today we are going to have Councillor Wonder Freeman here. He has worked in the system. Actually, he's one of the best to come here because he has worked in the financial crime of the Republic of Liberia Department. He has worked as director or comptroller of the Republic. So when you talk about financial crime, no other body that will speak as an authority. He will be here in the next hour, in the next 40 minutes at 5 p.m. to discuss Kehleboe v. Republic of Liberia. Front Page Africa is carrying this story, written by Selma Lomax. November 11, 2025, that's today. Kehleboe's allies reject corruption, money laundering charges, brand indictment as a political witch hunt. Supporters and close allies of former Chief of Protocol, Madam Noro Kehleboe, have mounted a vigorous defense against what they describe as politically motivated corruption and money laundering charges brought against her and others by Asset Recovery Task Force. We will go into why they think so. Also, the Supreme Court postponed hearing in Samba 12 probation case. The Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia on Tuesday, November 11, today, postponed the scheduled hearing after the bench sat with only 3 justices and the matter could no longer proceed. The Supreme Court of Liberia on Tuesday, November postponed the scheduling case because we didn't have enough judges. Defense counsel had asked the court to entertain procedural objections to the criminal proceedings at Criminal Court C, where 12 co-defendants faced an indictment alleging economic sabotage, theft of property, and misuse of public funds earlier this year. When the matter was called, the Supreme Court announced that because only 3 justices were available to sit on the panel, the court could not proceed with argument, and the hearing was therefore deferred to a later date. We will delve into that. We are on corruption as we speak. MDMC CEO denounces $1.9 million fraud case as witch hunt, accuses task force of overreach. We are still delving into the task force. The chief executive officer of MDMC Express Incorporated, John S. Uboti, has rejected fraud allegations brought against him and his company, calling the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force's recent indictment as a politically motivated witch hunt aimed at damaging reputations and discouraging investment. Uboti said the task force acted with prejudice and abuse of authority when it announced charges against him and former Deputy Minister, Foreign Affairs Minister Tillman Duncan Sawyer over a $1.9 million renovation contract funded by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The task force alleges that MDMC accepted full payment but only completed 56.35% of the renovation work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including building repairs and elevator installation. Task Force Chair, Councilor Edwin Clark Martin, stated that the difference, approximately $31,000, represented public funds that were misused. We completed 100% of the contractor work, Uboti said. The ministry was formally notified multiple times for post-completion inspection, but there were no response for over 15 months. He added that MDMC conducted additional renovation value at $526.870 that remain unpaid, despite a Justice Minister legal opinion recommending verification and settlement. We are continuing on the track of fraud. How can you charge someone with fraud when you owe them and you have made plea for a settlement? That's what he is saying. Liberia World Bank launched $18 million health security project to bolster outbreak preparedness. Liberia has launched an $18 million health security project aimed at strengthening the country's ability to prevent, detect, and respond to infectious disease outbreaks, marking a major investment in national and regional epidemic preparedness. The initiative, funded by the World Bank under the Western and Central African Health Security Program, was introduced Monday at the Boulevard Palace Hotel in Monrovia, drawing government officials, international partners, and representatives from health, agriculture, and environmental sectors. World Bank Liberia Country Manager Georgia Welling said the project builds on nearly 10 years of collaboration to reinforce Liberia's health system through crises such as Ebola and COVID-19. That's good news for the Republic of Liberia. Hopefully, we can see the fruit of their labor. Also, Liberian engineer urges Senate to reject the $365 million Pewee Foot Road that is supposed to be awarded to a company in Sierra Leone. Liberian engineer and infrastructure specialist Kehleboe Gongloe is urging the Liberian Senate to reject a proposed $365 million road financing agreement with Pewee Foot Art Associates Limited, warning that the deal as structured could undermine national economic interests, restrict the involvement of Liberian engineering professionals, and weaken long-term capacity development. The agreement, which is currently before the legislature for review, will grant the Sierra Leone company responsibility for financing and constructing road corridor under a private financing agreement. Burma urges that the proposal lacks verifiable assurances regarding the company's financial and technical capabilities to manage such a project of this magnitude independently. This issue is not about nationality, it is about capacity and performance tax record, he said. We said this here a couple of days ago. Don't we have qualified engineers in the Republic of Liberia who can do this work? On the front page of Front Page Africa, it says US $95 million gap in the 2025 budget without recast raises alarm as finance minister faces manipulation claims. The Unity Party-led administration last week made history when they submitted to the legislature the draft budget for 2026 national budget totaling $1.211 billion, the largest ever projected in the Liberia's history. However, a startling $95 million discrepancy has emerged between 2025 approved national budget and the figure represented in the newly drafted 2026 fiscal framework by the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, raising serious questions about fiscal transparency, accountability, and legislative oversight. The legislature, though, had earlier passed the 2025 national budget at $880.66 million, yet the draft 2026 budget document references the 2025 approved budget as United States $979 million, a nearly $95 million difference. The revelation had triggered public outcry and scrutiny from financial experts, economists, civil society groups, and the media, who are demanding answers from both the Ministry of Planning and the legislature. If the legislature passed the $880.66 million, where did the additional $95 million come from? Was there a recast that was not made public? Or has the government spent beyond legislative approval? One senior budget analyst questioned. They hyped that national budget has reached a milestone of $1 billion may be pleasing to the ears, but assessment analysis of the revenue base estimate used to determine the $1.211 billion continues to flag inaccuracies and deceptions. The total resource envelope represents about 37.5% increase over the $880 million for the 2025 budget year, and also about 20.5% more than the estimated year that ended with $975 million from $880 million that remains unclear as there is no record or recast of the 2025 approved budget. Honorable Garguah is under scrutiny for budget manipulation. 2025, our budget was $880 million. That was approved, passed, and printed into handbill. That made it a law. But in the 2026 budget, they are admitting that they collected and spent $970 million. The question is, there is a difference of $95 million US. Where did that money go? Where did it come from? Why it was not reported in the budget? That gave us more questions than answers. How could you go from $880 million, where you had a budget shortfall, to $1.211 billion? Is it because Honorable Alexander Cummings said that he was going to raise the Liberian budget to $1 billion? So someone picked numbers from the sky. We will delve into that today. But share the show. We are going to be, it's going to be hot in the next 25 minutes or so. Councilor Wanda Freeman is going to be our guest, and we are going to be exclusively concentrating on financial crimes, and specifically the indictment of Finabono. We have the indictment on hand. We can opine, but we would love to have a legal mind. As I've always said, we love to cite our sources. We don't want to say tarmac and fight, but only in FOIA. No, 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 no. Don't tell me Jerome Gayman was a heavyweight champion, but you got to go to Buchanan to ask his parents. Or nobody saw him fighting, but when I come on this show, I can tell you I am the heavyweight champion. But you got to go to Bassa to find your sources. No, 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 no. We are bringing a legal mind, not only a legal mind, but someone that has worked in the Liberian Financial Crime Unit. And once the controller let me welcome some of our guests here. Martin Willie, as usual, from South Korea. Emmett Harmon, following live this evening from K-City. Obviously, welcome, Mr. Harmon. And the great Mozart, I love that name. When my twin girls were in the orchestra, you will hear that name all the time. This piece is written by Mozart. This arrangement by Mozart. So no wonder Mozart became one of the greatest ambassadors out of the Republic of Liberia when it comes to photojournalism. So be careful how you name your children. They may just live up to their expectations. If you name your son or your daughter Rogue, don't be surprised if she or he becomes a criminal. If you told your children or your child because he or she makes you mad, he said you will never become anything, or you are a loser, children begin to internalize that, and it becomes a reality. That's why in the West, you will find in the upper echelons of our society, when women are pregnant, they read to their children while he or she is in the womb. They play music, classical music. A brief history of Mozart. Liberia is our home. It is where we will love to be buried, all things being equal. So everything that concerns Liberia concerns you. The good, the bad, and the ugly. If it's in the papers, we will discuss it. If you don't want to be discussed, don't be in the paper. Finally, here we are seeing sand mining, drowning fisher folks in poverty. I was watching another podcast live. I have a property in Garguah. And it just so happened that I tuned in and I was watching. I couldn't believe what was happening or what is still going on in Garguah. There was that beautiful lady that owned a beautiful home that she built well. The lawns are well manicured. You think you were in Florida. And she began to cry out that she worked all her life in the United States and went home and built herself her dream home. And her property, about a quarter of her property have been undermined. The beautiful palm trees, coconut trees are all falling in the Stockton Creek. She says she can hardly sleep because the trucks, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, nonstop. There's a barge in the middle of Stockton Creek, and they are dredging, they are digging the sand. Whatever is underneath that particular river is being sucked out. This one is the St. Paul River. On the banks of the St. Paul River in Monserrate County, the day starts early. Paddles and slicing through the water as fishermen set out before sunrise. For generations, the people along this river have survived on fishing. But their way of life is fading fast. Where once nets came back filled with fish, now they return home empty. Children wait on the shores for fathers who can no longer feed them. The silence of empty boats have replaced the laughter that once echoed along the riverbanks. For Roosevelt Colley, a fisherman from St. Paul Bridge, a suburb outside of Monroe who has fished, Here for over 40 years, the change is personal and painful. I have been fishing on this river bank for more than 30 years. But since the company started mining sand on the river, the fish have migrated, said Carly. Places where we used to catch huge quantities are now empty. The river is dying, and so is our livelihood. In the last decade or so, fishers like Cully have seen that catch vanish after several companies began mining sand on the St. Paul River. This is not only changing their way of life, but also the fishing community that have produced absolute poverty. They have begun to give licenses after the Liberian government banned beach sand mining in 2012. The move was meant to curb coastal erosion. However, experts say it has piled pressure on rivers, hampering fishing. Inland fishery plays a crucial role in sustaining rural life across the Republic of Liberia. While ocean fisheries often take center stage, rivers and lakes and wetlands are essential to thousands of families. A 2017 report estimated that 1,460 people engaged in inland fisheries, and the subsector produced 25% of the fish for rural communities in the country. Fish depend on the riverbed for food. When sand is mined, it destroys the habitat and forces them to migrate into the sea, says Dr. Eugene Shannon, former Minister of Mines and Energy. Sometimes they return, and sometimes they are killed by strong ocean currents. It's not just bad for the river, it's devastating for the people who depend on this livelihood. Sand mining disrupts sprawling nursery grounds and leads to sedimentation, which reduces water quality and oxygen level, adds Ahmed Sharif, Director of Environment and Climate Change with the National Fisheries and Agriculture Authority, NAFA. He adds that sand mining damages mangrove, which serve as a breeding and feeding ground for various fish species. Fishermen know this all too well. When it rains, my home leak like outside. My children hold their boats so they don't get wet. Some days they get ready for school but have to stay home because I can't afford their remaining school fees, says a 42-year-old fisherman, Francis Wred. I go to the river hoping to catch fish to sustain us, but the nets come back nearly empty, only enough to feed us. Hopefully, 38-year-old Archie Benson rests on a pile of sand, watching trucks pull away from the riverbank. Not long ago, he would have been pushing a canoe at this hour, net twisted at his feet. Today, those nets sit dry behind his house. Construction works have replaced fishing, and each load of sand he held removed like another piece of the river been slipping away. I grew up on this river. Fishing was all I knew, but now I dig sand for construction. From the sand, water that fed us, I feel like I am undermining my own history. But my family has to survive. Explained Archie Benson, a fisherman turned construction worker for the Chinese. Fishmongers, too, are bearing the brunt of sand mining. 36-year-old Titi Wilson The market no longer echoes with fishermen calling for her name. All that is left are empty tubs and tables. Ladies and gentlemen, here you are. We pass laws to protect the environment, and we break the laws. According to Mrs. Wilson, most of the investors or people that own shares in the mining industry with the Chinese are lawmakers. The folks who passed the law in 2012 to safeguard the environment and protect the folks, they are now the investors. They have connived with foreign investors to undermine their own people. Few dollars made to them is more important than the lives of folks who have lived on that bank of the river for decades, for generations. Generations after generations have fished in the St. Paul River. They have made a living. They ate some and sold some, sent their children to school, built homes. All is disappearing right before their eyes and helpless. There's absolutely nothing they can do. Not only are they dredging the St. Paul River, they are taking away the sand, but then they are degrading the environment. And the folks that live in that area can't sleep because they are hauling the sand 24/7. They are driving on people's properties. They are driving in people's yards. They don't care. The lady said she was so fed up that she got up and stood in front of one of the trucks in the interview. And the driver got out and told her, the next time you stand in front of my truck, I'm going to run you over and there's nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do to me. Just try it, he said. Threaten her. He depends on higher power. People in higher places. For a driver of a truck to tell a home or property owner, if you stand near my truck, I'm going to run you over and there's nothing going to come out of it. Because he works for the Chinese and one or two lawmakers. He is buoyant. Care less about people, property rights, Liberia has become the land of the strong. Land of the strong, where might makes right. If you are well connected, the law does not apply to you. You can run over a woman who owns her property and advocating for her property. You can run over her and say, there's nothing you can do. Yet in our intro, I heard the former President Charles Taylor say, if you mean well for Liberia, come home. And a woman have worked in these United States all her adult life, saved her money, took loan, went bought a very nice piece of property and built a beautiful home. She has no protection. I'm looking here for the State Department's investment climate report on Liberia. And I keep referencing this because I use this as my gospel. It says specifically that the judicial system, it is so weak, intentionally weak, that even contracts are not honored. If you wrote a contract, if you signed a contract with someone and think that the court is going to defend you, I'm not saying this. That's the State Department's warning to Americans that want to, foreigners that want to invest in the Republic. There is something called a social contract. We discussed that. As a patriotic Liberian, I buy my property from the government, I pay my taxes. That's my duty. And in return, the government is supposed to protect me, give me and my children health care, education, and protection. If you spoke to that woman who has spent her whole life here and took her whole life savings home, she's not being protected. The foreign national is telling her, if you stand before my truck, I'm going to run you over. And there's nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing. And I listen to every president that has ever come to power. They will tell you, come home. And give your quota to your nation. Come home, they say. As we wait for Councilor Warner Freeman, he should be here next 5 minutes or so. This is my Bible. It says here, 2025 Investment Climate Statement, Liberia, the executive summary from the State Department. So we are not making it up. I know you will blame the CIA and say the CIA is in Liberia. They are poking everything. No, this is what they have said. It's a very poor road network. I'm going to read this over and over. Hopefully somebody from the government listening. Poor road networks, a lack of reliable internet access, and corruption. Top challenge, a poor physical infrastructure, low purchasing power of the populace due to widespread abject poverty. Inconsistent and overlapping tax administrations and policies. A weak judiciary. Inadequate legal protection for contracts, and widespread public sector corruption. I'm not saying this. This is what the folks from the outside, they are outside looking in. And on October 16, 2025, the former president, ex-president Ellen Johnson Sirleaf said corruption remains a serious problem. And she cited disregard for anti-graft policies and laws. It's right here. There she goes. If you don't want me to discuss you, don't be in the paper. It said Liberia former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf expressed deep concern over the persistent wave of corruption within the country's public sector, not private. Public sector means in the government. Saying the problem remains one of the most serious challenges confronting national development. Speaking on the program, Changing Minds, Changing Attitude, air on Liberia National Television, LTN TV, and the Liberian Broadcasting System, LBS. Madam Sirleaf lamented that despite the existence of several anti-corruption laws enacted during her administration, many of them are not being respected or even implemented. The laws are not being respected, Madam Sirleaf asserted. For instance, the law that established the county development funds were intended to decentralize financial support, but that law has not been fully implemented. The State Department says it, your former president is saying this, and the present administration are doing nothing. On a side note, Mother Nyenwolo Elizabeth Catherine Tubman, daughter of the late President Tubman, is dead. I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. 2 Timothy 4:7. This is to announce with deep sorrow the passing of Mother Nyenwolo Elizabeth Catherine Tubman at the age of 80. She transitioned to be with the Lord on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025 at 12 p.m. In Monrovia, Liberia. She was predeceased by her father, President William Vicarious Shadrach Tubman, the 19th President of the Republic of Liberia, and her mother, Madam Letiwa Wright. She leaves among her lost several children, grandchildren, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, cousins, and a host of relatives and friends in and out of the Republic of Liberia. Funeral arrangement will be announced later. Like I said before, our sympathy to the Tubmans. Liberia's Camelot. Liberia's Kennedys, our equivalent to the Kennedys. Like him or not, he's an iconic figure among presidents. When you look in those eyes, those big eyes, you can see the pape in there. Great folks, great families, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, nephews, nieces. On behalf of the closing argument, we want to extend our deepest condolences to the Tubmans. Like I say, you can say all you want to say, but I can point to two things that the Tubmans have done, or that William V.S. Tubman did. the unification of the republic, opening the country to everybody. The unification policy is one of the greatest public policy in the Republic of Liberia. And the open door policy. As we wait on our guest, these are trending issues in the Republic. Sadness, I like that Second Timothy kind of from the new, I think it's from the King James Version. Yes, I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. If you are a United Methodist, I'm talking about the original, not the new Methodists that been divided. This is where we are. If you are from the original Methodist church or doctrine, from our old original tradition of the United Methodist or Methodism, you will understand when they say, I have fought a good fight. And at the end, you can stand on your faith and say, I have finished my course. And above all, I have kept the faith. This is the old Liberia that I grew up in, where family and faith were intertwined, inseparable. I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. Let me welcome a non-Methodist, he's a Catholic, Mr. J. Victor Nagbe. Are you from St. John?
What's up, Chief? I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'll be right with you.
Okay. It could be Trump calling you. Pick up the phone. Yep. Mr. Nagbe is from the great state or county of Maryland. It so happens that the president came from there as well. And unlike President Tubman, Mr. Nagbe is a Catholic. So he goes to Mass. But they are all fighting a good fight. Look forward to this great reunion.
Mr. Gayman, it's good to be with you. I got interrupted. That's the guest. That was the guest calling me. He doesn't have the link, but I'm about to send it to him.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't send you the link.
Yeah, let me send him the link right now. So,
okay.
It's good to be with you. Let me say hi to you, and also let me greet our audience for sticking and staying with us. You know, it's good to be with you. Please don't forget to share the show. It's going to be an interesting evening tonight. We have the learned Councillor Myean, Wonder Freeman. He's coming, you know, whenever he comes on, he brings the heat.
He's coming with fire.
So it's good to be with you. Please share the show. You invite a friend. It's going to be interesting.
Share the show where your fire resistant.
Yeah.
If you are in the Liberian judiciary, you need to be listening keenly.
Yes.
Because
So let me squeeze this in quickly, Jerome, before Councilor Freeman. Yesterday we were talking about Mother Elizabeth Tubman, and I was trying to remember my sister's friend, and I hope she wasn't watching because she will never forgive me. Anyway, her name is Harriet Tubman. She and my sister were very close. I used to visit them.
You mean the Harriet Tubman had the Underground Railroad here? You knew her?
Her namesake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not that one, but this one that they used to live right behind the Monrovia City Hall. That's where she, tall big building. That's where that was one of the Tubman properties. But yeah, so let me extend my deep sympathies to the Tubman family. Especially Harriet and the rest of the family.
Excellent. Let me check my inbox here.
Yes. I'm reading your CDC Queen says you should check your inbox. And I don't see nothing being typed in the chat box. I'm just telling you now, Sarah, don't even start.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Don't start no party here tonight.
Why are you picking on my friend?
The CDC Queen?
Listen, you wish
that's my cardinal sister. That's my comrade from
you wish
the
you had
High.
You wish you had a queen that fights like her. She's from Maryland County.
River G.
Oh, River G. Okay, River G used to be what?
River G used to be it used to be well, it was part of Grand Judah actually.
Okay.
And a piece of it in Maryland County as well. So, yeah. I'm not sure if we call it by any particular name. Sarah will correct me. But I know my mom, like I said, my mom was from River G. My dad was from Maryland.
You don't know where you died from?
No, I'm trying to tap and talk to you. The guest is communicating with me. So old head, you can't multitask now. So I'm trying to remember what to type just to say you're welcome. I gotta remember what I'm typing. So, but yeah, my dad came from Maryland. My mom came from River G, but they met in a Colocan area, which is Callaway district. Maryland, we have 4 electoral districts. Plevo, Maryland, Maryland, Plevo, Sorgan district, and then Callaway and Barabo. So, so the Callaway side that is closer to River G, so River G, piece of it was in Grand Judah, and piece of it was in Maryland County. Hello, James. Good to be with you. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm sure Mr. Gayman may have already done that, but let me welcome you, Sarah Dopoh. Welcome, Joseph Molly, Wolekinda. I always try to make sure I get it right. Telvi. Hello, Telvi. It's good for you to be here with us. Joan Tillon, thanks for joining us. Mozart, oh my man, Mozart Dennis, our wonderful and great journalist. Also Martin from South Korea, I believe, right next door to the Rocket Man. But those are the people I can see from my end, Jerome. But welcome to you all. Thanks for joining us.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The reason all the folks from the Sino, Grand Crew, Sasstown, I'm going way back. I'm trying to date myself here. Your left flower business, you just love to fight. You look at them on the soccer field. Why are you looking at me? They're ready to fight. Just looking at them, we bring. And Sarah is no exception. She just loves to fight.
I was about to say, you're using Sarah's characteristic to define the rest of us. I know Renaji is about to type, but you please don't use Sarah to define the rest of us. Sarah like to fight. It's not all of us from the South who like to fight.
It's all right, Sarah. It is good to fight. We at one time we were trying to raise few dollars for the young lady that we have been fighting for here. And Sarah was supposed to give us some link for us to make some contribution.
Right.
She can only talk and fight, but technology, she's not too good.
She not make it.
She can't. She just love it, but she just can't make it.
She not make it. She try, but she not make it.
She loved it. She loved Facebook, but she just can't make it.
You not make it. I remember. I think it was about the girl involved with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you know, I'm still holding my little 2 cents when she's ready. Maybe my friends like Jane and Joseph, maybe they will help me add a little something to it, you know. But yeah, Sarah, she tried, but she not make it. And then she will get and start blaming the TCA, you know, administrator. So I was just laughing. I said, "Hey, Sarah, man, just tell her you not make it. We'll just leave it.
We'll just leave it alone."
We'll leave it.
That's right.
We leave it with your God.
Yes.
But listen, I know we'll have time to talk about this while we wait for Councilor Freeman. How about that performance today by the CMC political leader? I mean, this is what you expect from an opposition leader. When the government gives its version of the budget, you expect a rebuttal from the opposition, and revealing the other side. You know, there are always two sides to a story, to a coin. And so the CMC is, first of all, is questioning the validity of this budget, the government's ability, and Myean, if you're listening, we have a guest backstage. He's waiting. Please bring him on. You know, where this government is going to get this money from that day, you know, and it appears they're depending on a one-time windfall of $200 million from Esala Mentel. Well, what happened next year if that $200 million is not going to be given again? You guys, a one-shot deal. So the CM is arguing, when you get a one-shot deal like that, what do? You do the best you can to invest it, right, and grow it. And the CMC is arguing they could have invested that in an agriculture, capitalize it, you know, put it in an agricultural bank and let farmers go in there and get loans, you know, and over 60% of our employment is in agriculture, farming. Those are the people who need the help most. And what did they get this year? 1% increment. 1%. That's what goes to agriculture. 27% goes to bureaucracy. So we'll have an opportunity to delve deeper into this budget. But congratulations to Musa Ability and the team. They did a wonderful job today. Didn't you see it? He looked very presidential. I know Jean is upset now, but I would talk it. I don't care.
Listen, look.
I would talk it.
When you see the Liberian flag,
thank you very much,
and you see the banners of the CMC all around,
everything
was good. And
what else did you expect? Thank you.
Smith Toby Kimi, as the press secretary of the president, introduced to the president the topic.
Yep.
This is what leadership does, and that falls on. That's why they appointed you General Secretary of the Globe.
Yeah,
the entire globe. So these are new things that are happening.
These are the new things we're proposing, and I'm telling you, after our upcoming retreat in Minnesota, you'll see a lot more, because those are the things we'll be discussing. You know, how to manage the principal. He's now our principal. He has to look presidential. You know, he's not an ordinary president like you and I again. No, I'm sure you understand. One of the members here donated a presidential limousine that Musa will be driving whenever he comes here to the States. He has a protocol officer here now who is going to be managing. He has to look the part. I mean, all of this, it helps with the process, because politics, substance, and optics. Our people, especially Liberian people, they don't care too much about substance. They like form, and so you gotta win them on both fronts. And so we'll do our best we can, but I'm sure we'll have time to talk about this. I just wanted to quickly, enjoy myself here. Certainly, you and I here, sir, and I. Yeah, so let's use the time.
She will soon pop up when she go on her break. When she go on her break, she will come up.
She will come in, yeah.
Let me see what the engineers are doing here.
Yeah, he said he's in the bag. So
Yes.
then I'm trying to bring him up. Yeah. Myean, he's good on the text though. Let me text him to why you calling.
Yeah, please do. Yes.
Yeah, let me let him know that the counselor is in the bag.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, today we are getting ready to get started. Our guest is ready. We are going to pull up the indictment. We're going to read the indictment. We're going to make our opinion, and then we're going to leave it with the legal minds to tell us what is it that the indictment says and what does it align with the Liberian law. Are there any reasons that the government should be concerned? Is there any reason why Finabono should be concerned? Is this an indictment that is based on legal ethics, or is it a regime indictment? So the whole world is going to be watching to see whether we are a nation of laws, or, as it was evidenced during the speaker fight, we have a regime decision. So if this case falls into the same category as a political and not legal, as Fonati Kofa just said, he says, don't take my word for it. Listen to what the IG said. The IG said this is a political case, meaning do not look for logic and legal reasoning. This is a political case. Basically, we can do anything. There are rumors that the political establishment in Liberia wants to create basically new seats. So what they are going to do is illegally convict most, if not all, of these folks, so their seats can be vacant and to be replaced by UP loyalists. So we're going to be asking the question, is this a charade or facade? We have begun to be critical because the judge have denied the release of other folks. In this particular case, they are still in jail, even though they have posted their bonds and accepted. There are no flight risks to the nation. But yet, this is what happens. We are talking about issues that affect the actual and regular folks. Liberia is at a crossroad. Our legal system.
Apparently, our guy he has not seen my message. It's very unusual.
I've been calling.
Yeah, so I don't know if let me try it. But the counselor is waiting in the background.
And these are the reasons that Telvis is talking about. We have to be we need to be professional. We need to bring people on. We need to do these little things that are managerial. So we have to do things differently. You have to manage on a local level. Remember that we are what our government is. The government is nobody different. We are the government. I guess we all did this in civics when we were back home. Government basically starts at home. It's the family. If you can manage your home, your family, and your own affairs, you can manage government. But if you are not dependable, if you are not regular, you are not reliable, it erodes confidence. So, Honorable Nagbe, we have planned this, we have discussed this, we have talked about this, and here we are.
I'm sorry, Jerome. My attention is divided here.
Yes, so am I. I'm on the phone and I'm texting Monrovia and all of that. But yes, so what we are going to be talking about are things like illicit enrichment, how people get wealthy in Liberia, and this is something that nobody wants to talk about because everybody wants to be a part of it. How does a person come to Monrovia basically in flip-flop, and in 6 years they become multi-millionaires? These unexplained wealth. And since they all do it, so what do? They make sure that if somebody else is coming from the outside, that they apply the law to the fullest, so they are cherry picking. Yes. So they go into your account and they find something they call suspicious transactions. To some, the same question we are asking, if you were making $200, $300 a month, $500 a month, how then are you now depositing $50,000, $20,000, $100,000 into your account? These are unexplained. So the legal folks are going to be here, and we are going to find out how is this possible. And are these people the only ones in the country who are getting wealthy overnight?
All right, I had to raise Dr. Peabody. Apparently, mine is not. But Councilor, if you're hearing me, I think they will bring you on shortly. So I had to get Dr. Peabody involved. I'm sorry, Jerome, I'm back with you.
Yes, I am a little perturbed.
Yeah.
This should not be happening.
No, it shouldn't be.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
This should not happen. But anyhow, if this were on another show, I would say this is bad management.
Yeah.
Mr. Abraham Yoyo is following from Seoul, South Korea.
Oh, I want to know Martin Willie. That's a funny joke. Everywhere you go and you say I'm from Liberia, they want to know whether you know all the Liberians.
They know all the Liberians, and we were just talking about demography the other day, and they say South Korea is one of the nations in decline. They have become so successful to their own detriment that the birth rate have declined. And
they can't improve any further.
Nope. Within the next 20, 25 years, nothing happens. The country is going to be overtaken by foreign nationals.
Wow.
That's bad. Because they're having less than one child per family now.
The Nino Council also they'll know how it is done when you're overtaken by a foreign national. Come to Liberia.
That's right, come to Liberia.
We'll show you a thing or two. But
yes.
Man, get your guess on. So
yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. We've had with us when I met the councilor when he introduced his project, it was called NTR. If you worked in Liberia and you have been a recycled politician and you stole, you get unexplained wealth and all of these things, their job is to make sure that you don't come back to power. And I like that concept. Well, let me welcome Honorable Freeman. Konyene? What does it Konyene mean? I know it means something in Basa, but you know.
It's probably similar. It means you got name.
That's correct. You got name.
Sort of like in the African tradition, it means you got a reputation to live up to.
That's correct.
People look up to you, stuff like that. Yeah, it's nice to be on. I'm always happy to talk about Liberia and much more so in the area of financial crimes. I feel it's a lot that people don't understand when it comes to that. So everybody becomes some kind of expert and they want to talk about it. But it helps, I want to believe, if we get technocrats who will be able to break some of these things down and make it simple so that everybody can understand what's going on.
Excellent. Now, Attorney Freeman, can you introduce yourself for those who have never met you, who you are in your previous life?
Well, in Liberia, I've done many things to many people. Yeah, I mean, for some, I was the lawyer. For some, I was a friend. I was with the government before. I worked with the LACC for like 5 years or so. And I worked with the Financial Intelligence Unit for up to 3 years. So that's a combined 8 years of being involved in financial crimes. And before that, I was an accountant, financial analyst, and I forgot, it's quite a bit. I did some teaching of business law and accounting. So yeah, a little bit. I pay my dues to Liberia, and I guess I'm still paying my dues.
Excellent. We invited you here today to talk about this particular indictment. For those of you who have not received the indictment, We will post them. I think it's in our it's on our page. You can download it for your own record. Honorable, have you looked at the indictment?
Oh yes, I did look at it, and 99 counts, and I found it interesting. 99 counts, but I mean, it's like a pretty much a legal mumbo jumbo. You know, yeah, legal mumbo jumbo. It's either put together by somebody who is determined to carry on a vengeance, or some other people will call it a political witch hunt, or is put together by somebody who have very little understanding of financial crimes law, or maybe, as you know, it's the budget season. And as people are discussing the budget, people got to show up and show that they are performing, so that if they make a proposal for budgetary considerations, those proposals will be accepted. But as for what was written on that indictment, I think the best thing they can do is to take it back and go and work on it again.
Wow. Mr. Nagbe, do you have the indictment?
I looked at it. I was trying to bring it up, but thank God we have, Councilor Freeman here. He will help us go through it. But I've heard him argue on several other places that this indictment, is bogus, and he's just repeating that. And I like to know, does he think that it is over ambitious, or it just is academically unsound?
Okay, so we're going to break some things down so that the general public get it understand. The first thing is that most people believe that an asset recovery process has started. Am I correct if I say that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that is wrong. Okay? That is wrong, because what is happening is a criminal prosecution. A criminal prosecution, but not an asset recovery process. So an asset recovery process is a civil litigation, and the standards of evidence are different from a criminal litigation. Meaning, if you go to court to prove that somebody committed a crime, that's criminal and is different from asset recovery. Asset recovery is almost always civil. So the extent of the proof that is required under asset recovery is different from what they will require you under a criminal litigation. But what the asset recovery is trying to do now is not asset recovery. It is a criminal prosecution. So let's establish that as an initial basis. Secondly, they charge these people with money laundering, theft of property, misuse of public funds, criminal conspiracy, forgery, criminal facilitation. As anybody will tell you, for every crime there are elements, and the job of the prosecutor is to prove all counts of the charge, all elements, beyond a reasonable doubt. So if there are 5 elements to the crime and you prove 4, it does not work. It's going to be dismissed. If you prove 3, no, you have to prove all 5 elements. So when we talk about laundering, if you read the indictment, you get a feeling that because the amount of money is large, or because it is financial, or you get that feeling that that is how they make up. But no, if you go to the statute, the first thing is the proceeds of crime. For you to be charged with money laundering, you have to first be in possession or try to work with the proceeds of crime. Maybe you try to disguise it, you try to hide it, you try to invest or put that money into a legitimate enterprise so that it looks legitimate. Because obviously, if you got your money by armed robbery, for example, you wouldn't want to go to the bank and say, you know, I armed robbed and that's how I got this money.
So in other words, you're arguing that the funds could have been gotten illegitimately, but they're not illegal money, and therefore the process does not equate to money laundering. Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying that there are elements of money laundering.
Okay.
So let's establish what are the elements. Step one, you must be involved with a proceed of crime. Okay. Step two, you must have taken that proceed of crime and try to legitimize that proceeds of crime. Maybe you put it in a business or you put it in your account to transfer it as your salary. You must do something to make it appear that you didn't get it from bribery or you didn't get it from robbery, but you got it from legitimate business or legitimate work. That's element number two. You must try to conceal that proceeds so that people do not know that that proceed was generated from criminal activity. So those are the elements that must be present for you to say. Secondly, money laundering is what we call a derivative criminal offense. A derivative criminal offense, meaning it is not a crime you can do by itself. It is always tied to another crime. Like for corruption, you get corrupt money,
right?
And then you try to bring that corrupt money and parlay it like it's a business money or is the income from your salary or whatever.
But this is what asset recovery is.
So we come into that, but let's establish what are the parameters of money laundering, right? Mm-hmm. You must have a proceeds of crime. You must try to transact with that proceeds of crime. Maybe you try to present it like a legitimate enterprise, and by that way, try to disguise the original or let's say what's the origin of the money. Then that's money. It has nothing to do with how much the money is, right? Like maybe 6 million or 800 million. It got nothing to do with the money. So the problem is, like I said, it's a derivative offense. Because if you see it, you start with the proceeds of crime, right? And that proceeds of crime must come from another crime that was committed, which we will call the predicate offense. Okay. So, like for example, if you did bribery, that would be the predicate offense. The bribery generates you money. That's the proceeds of crime. You take that money and you transfer it through a business account. Now you're trying to launder now. Those three things must be present.
All three of them. All three of them.
All three. That's what we call the elements of the crime. It must be present. There must be a proceeds of crime. There must be a predicate offense. You must have tried to infiltrate that money in a legitimate enterprise. All of those things have to be present. If any one is missing, zero. Because the problem with the rule of law, you cannot partially comply with the rule of law. There's no way you can partially comply with the rule of law. You have to fully comply with the rule of law. Anything short of full compliance is zero. Where the rule of law is 0 or 100%. There is no in between to say, okay, we try a little bit. No. You either 0, you didn't comply, or 100, you comply. Now, where this lawsuit is, I'm telling you, is around 5% or 10%. between 0 and 100%. It's around 5% or 10%. And we will come out to explain why. But for now, you get the point that one, money laundering is a derivative offense. So it is always not by itself. It is attached to something else, some prior criminal act, a process of crime, and all of that. So we got that part clear.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, he charged them with process of crime. He is now supposed to establish that one, there was a predicate offense that occurred, that predicate offense generated process of crime, that this lady took that process of crime and tried to conceal it, to convert it, to turn it into something legitimate, to conceal. The problem is he didn't do any of that background work. And he just jumped straight to charging her with theft of property, with money laundering, but he has not established that this money represents the proceeds of crime. Let me tell, and that shows, like I said, Ada, you know, when you vex, you don't have time to follow the steps and the format because you really want to get at people. And I know the way they treated him at LSCC and all of that. Or alternatively, you're ignorant. And people will say, oh, you know, he been lawyer for 25 years. Look, being lawyer for 29 is nothing, right? When you have a specialist law, you can be lawyer for 25 years. You spend your 25 years going to central prison and freeing people. You do not understand financial crime. You can, I don't understand shipping law. Even if I've been practicing for 50 years, I cannot go to a shipping firm and pretend that I know a lot about shipping law, you know? So it's a specialist area. And if you see some of the language I will talk about it shows you that this brother is ignorant. If he's not ignorant,
so
then
let's see if we can check off the three elements here. So this wealth and ill-gotten wealth, which is predicated on deception. The money was taken under false pretense from government, related activities. This civil protocol, one, the allegation is that she derived the money from corruption, which is one of the elements that you described. So she used corrupt means to acquire this money. So the money is predicated on corruption. And now, by that, she then uses criminal process, to acquire this money, and now she's putting it through because the real estate and other stuff that are attached to the indictment, including, I think 2 or 3 houses, in several places in Monrovia. So don't you see if Clark Martin and the team can really thread this very carefully in front of a friendly judge, that they could actually walk away with a conviction? Don't you think so?
Okay, so it's a very good question. Now the question is, did he charge corruption in the face of the indictment?
No, I see money laundering, I see criminal facilitation, I see all kinds of charges, but I don't think
theft of property could most likely be the predicate offense there. Now, his job was to, even before charging the money laundering, is to establish theft of property.
Okay.
That she stole this money, right? And that she stole this money, and then after stealing it, that stolen money becomes the proceeds of crime. And then when you invest it, then that's the money laundering. So he's supposed to establish that she stole. Did he establish it in the indictment? No. He just said that she had a salary, and I took note of it. She had a salary of $4,300 US. And if he calculate her salary, $4,300 $300 US, 343 to be precise. She makes $312,700 over the 6 years. So now that she is making $4,003 per month and $312,000 over 6 years, it shows that she is not in a position to spend $6 million. And I would agree with that he is right. And I would also agree that it is a crime. But it is not a crime in Liberia. It is a crime maybe in Singapore, maybe in Hong Kong, in other countries.
But let me ask you this, Councillor.
Just a point. Let me lay the point.
Yes, I really want to. I really want to.
Let me lay the point.
Okay.
Yes. I said she committed a crime, right?
Yes.
I said she committed a crime. She has a salary of $4,300, and over the 6 years they were in power, she made $312,000 in salary. So if you limit yourself to that, and now she is spending more than $6 million inside her bank account, all of that, it's a crime, right?
That's right.
But it is not a crime in Liberia. And in any criminal case, the crime must be written down in law before you prosecute. You can't write a crime after you prosecute. So what she did, we call it unexplained wealth or illicit enrichment. So it is a crime? Yeah, it's a crime. But where is a crime? Where is a crime? In Singapore. It's a crime in Hong Kong, UK. You can name about 60, 70 other countries, but it's not a crime in Liberia. And let me tell you something. When I worked with LCC, we did verification of assets. And we came across the same problem. And that's where I'm saying the brother is inexperienced. He wrote a lot of legal mumbo jumbo. And inexperience as in financial crimes law. He may have 25 years of experience going to Monrovia Central Prison and freeing people. There's not a problem. But with financial crime, he's a blind man. He doesn't know what he's doing. So we had this problem when we investigated the assets of officials. We came across the same problem. There are people having assets and property totally out of this proportion to their income. Did we prosecute? No. Why we didn't prosecute? Because it is not a crime in Liberia. Simple. If it were a crime in Liberia, we prosecute. It's not a crime. And mind you, if you make that a crime, half of the people in capital building will be jailed. If you make that a crime, half of the people in capital building will be jailed. The other half in the government passing around, they will be jailed. So currently it's not a crime in Liberia. Two, there is no likelihood of the Liberian politician passing such a law to make it a crime. So
let me ask you, when the GSC conducts an audit, I mean, more often than not, they expose, ill-gotten wealth, illicit, accusation of wealth. People get fired.
It is not a crime under Liberian law. You can take it from me as somebody who did asset verification at LACC and who had an opportunity to see people in that category. We did not charge because there is no such crime. The first thing to criminal law is that crime must be defined in law. And you can't define that crime after the crime is committed. You have to define that crime before it is committed. So he is writing something on the paper, and let's assume she comes and says, yes, I transacted with $6 million. Yes, before I came to government, I will pull a check her right. Yes, She admits everything. What next? I didn't commit any crime. There is no such crime as illicit enrichment in Liberian law. There is no such crime as unexplained wealth. So what are you going to do with me? What is the judge going to do with me? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay?
So before I give it to Jerome, what I
Yeah.
hear you arguing is that before, I mean, they have prosecutorial powers, but you're arguing that before they could have even started work, the first thing they had to do was to encourage the promulgation of laws that will punish illicit wealth, ill-gotten wealth. That should have been the starting point.
That is the starting point. So unless you do that, what her name, Finda Bondu,
right,
and every other Liberian politician who got assets well beyond their means, they will go scot-free. They will continue to go scot-free until the Liberian Parliament decide that illicit enrichment, illicit wealth must be a crime in Liberia. So he didn't establish that she stole. He didn't establish who she stole it from, how much she stole. He didn't establish none of that. He is basing his indictment on the fact that she was poor like her rat, and that her salary was low and she couldn't. Yes, she admits. Yes, I was poor. Yes, I made 4,000. Yeah, I made only 300. And yes, I transacted $6 million. So what? That's illicit enrichment. That's unexplained wealth. It is not a crime under Liberian law. So what's your problem? So an experienced person in financial crime law will know that that is a problem. There is another way you can get around it, but I won't tell them. They have to pay for that. So let's leave that. But the point I'm making, and you get a point, Jerome, right?
I'm listening.
You got a prosecutor go put something on paper, it doesn't exist under Liberian law, and you want to charge. Now, let me tell you another problem which shows that he's a rookie when it comes to financial crime. An absolute rookie. If you read the indictment, he makes a lot of emphasis to suspicious transaction report. Suspicious transaction is in count 12, it's in count 7, it's in count 2, it's in count 98, all over the indictment. Suspicious transaction. It also shows his limited nature of understanding of financial crimes law. Let's talk about suspicious transaction. What is it? When you go to the bank and you do something funny, and the bank not happy with what you did, maybe you did it a couple of times and they not satisfied, they will send a secret note to the FIA and say, that guy keep coming here and he carry on some funny thing, we're not satisfied with what he's doing, so we want you to check it out. That's basically the primary function of the Financial Intelligence Agency, where I spent like 3 years. So the Financial Intelligence Agency is supposed to do some further digging on whatever the financial institution tipped them off and find out whether crime was really committed here or something like that. They will pass it on to the Justice Ministry. Your job is not to take that intelligence report and put it in an indictment and say the person did suspicious transaction. Suspicious transaction is not a crime. The suspicious transaction report is not an evidence that you can take to court. There is nowhere in this world. Now, I can say that for a fact, whether civil law country or common law countries, there is nowhere in the world that you are going to take a suspicious transaction report to the judge. It is not for that purpose. It is for you to take and to clear the suspicion and establish whether the person committed a crime or didn't commit a crime. And if they committed a crime, you charge them and send them to court. But you cannot put in the indictment that this person carried on suspicious transaction, they carried on huge deposit. I mean, those are just statements from a total rookie. Okay? So he had it in count 12, he had it in count 7, he had it in count 2, count 98. They're all over the place.
So, Councilor, let me ask you this. How is it the entire government doesn't know that they have a rookie at the asset recovery? Because this $1.2 billion, $10 million of that money is supposed to come from the asset recovery, right?
Well, he's not a rookie in law. He's a rookie in financial crimes law. Not a rookie in law. He probably got 25 years of experience. He probably been to the Supreme Court, all of that, right? But when it comes to financial crimes law, he does, because no lawyer versed in financial crime prosecution is going to write that somebody was involved in suspicious transaction.
Right.
That is crazy. You don't put that thing in there because the suspicion, the bank is facilitating your information for you to validate, not for you to leave.
So the first attempt they made on the gracious right taxi, I mean, we all know the yellow jacket and all of that, right?
Yeah.
The court told them to go back and get their act together. What emboldened them to come back again and this time double down?
The budget. Look, let me tell you, I know Serena Cephas and I know Claude Martin. Ain't in the same group that pursue Costa? Henry Costa, they pursue in Sierra Leone, right? Okay, those guys knew that there was absolutely no way that any sovereign government, knowing that Costa was being politically persecuted, was going to send Costa back. But they convinced probably drew a lot of money from the government.
Wait, Claude Martin was with his agent.
He was county attorney. He was county attorney at the time. Okay. So he and Serena Cephas decided that was another way they could eat money from the government, right? Oh, we want to extradite Costa. So give us some money. Let's go to Sierra Leone. We will convince them, but they know that under no circumstance that the crime that they charge Costa for, that any sovereign government will send Costa back. But it was not about sending Costa back. It was about how much you can extract from the government and benefit financially. So now that the budget season is on, and people are asking what is asset verification or whatever they call themselves, what are they doing? They know output, and he now put in for additional money. So to make sure that additional money comes, he has to come up with some kind of bombastic indictment that will stir the whole place up and give the appearance that he's really, really working. And so he needs more money. You ask Martin Colley why Martin Colley left. Why Martin Colley left? Why other people left the asset verification? The man is not a credible individual, but because probably he had an axe to grind with the CDC, so the current government believed that he was the best man. But now they can see that if you have an angry man and leading a prosecution, you have a problem.
You know, they may have looked in the budget coming up because now the security budget is almost $152 million. They got about 15. So there got to be something there. This is Jerome. This is very interesting.
Yes, that's why we brought. Like I keep telling the folks, we can opine, but when it's legalistic, you got to bring the people from the industry. And the Freeman is a double agent. He worked financial crime, he worked controller, he worked this, he worked that. So he has the whole package. So he knows.
It makes a lot of sense, Jerome, why the government can hardly win any case. I mean, even from my friend Musa Din Time, a very brilliant lawyer, but for somehow the government prosecutors, they I don't know how many cases they have won compared to the cases lost. But this is very interesting. Very interesting.
They said they have from Ellington, they had an 8% success rate. 8%. So that means they lost 92%.
If you are managing anybody's money and you have an 8% return on the money, I don't know.
Honorable Freeman, this is, I mean, why 98 counts? Why 98? Why is it like
it's traditional lawyering? You know, in Liberia,
you throw everything and see what.
Yeah, it's traditional lawyering. To feel powerful, you got to put 99 count. then you feel that you have done something great. But in the 99 count,
you just said if you throw all the counts got to check, right? I mean, doesn't that make it more difficult for them?
Yes. You know? The point is, even if you put 99 count,
right?
But if the crime has 3 counts,
okay,
you have to make sure that those 3
are satisfied.
Those 3 are there. So you can't leave the 3 counts from the crime, that the 3 elements in the crime that they say is necessary. You leave it out. You don't prove it, but you put 99 count. What's the essence of the 99 count? If the element of the criminal offense, there are 3 counts, you leave that 3 out, and you put all kinds of things that, I mean, I call it legal mumbo jumbo, you know? So this guy is like Serena Cephas. They're just trying to extract from the government, and now people are discussing the budget. He put in for an increment in his budget, and he's trying to see, you know, so he's stirred up some dust so people can say, wow, asset verification or asset, how they call it, recovery, they're really working. We need to give them some money because they're going to bring some money. Which money? I mean, you charging the woman with something that is not a crime under Liberian law. Where is that going to go? You said theft of property. Jerome, tell me, you're not even a lawyer. But in order for that to be theft of property, you got to steal some other property, right? You got to take possession of another person's property and you got to convert it to yourself. He has not established in the indictment where Finda Bondo took this money from. Did she get it from bribery? Did she get it from conversion of taxes? You know, did she get it from security operation? You have to establish that she got money by way of theft or by way of bribery or whatever. Even he mentioned conflict of interest. It was surprising to know that conflict of interest is also not a crime under Liberian law.
Oh?
It is No, it is an administrative prohibition under the Code of Conduct. So, if you engage in conflict of interest, they can penalize you administratively, but criminally you can't be held. No, Jerome, if conflict of interest was a crime, half of the people on Capitol Hill will be in prison.
So, because a lot of people are typing in, if Miss Finda Nora Bondo were to call on you today, would you be her lawyer?
Well, I don't have a problem with her. I mean, I would like to see corrupt people being in jail.
Okay.
Okay.
You just want to make sure the right thing is done.
But justice, when we are trained, it is inculcated into you that prosecution is not to see people necessarily go to jail, but to make sure that justice is served.
Okay, let me push back on you a little bit.
To make sure that justice is served.
Let me push back on you a little bit.
Yeah.
You work for the LACC.
Yeah.
And you sue them, correct?
Yeah.
And you and them went to court. And
they lost.
The court forced them to pay you. Yeah. Now, some will argue that you have a thing for them, that you just came here to bash them and make them look bad. How do you say?
But LSCC, I don't think and this guy cooperated with LSCC because I don't want to believe LSCC will sign up to that indictment if they knew that it borders on illicit enrichment. LSCC will never sign on to it. I don't want to believe so because I was there when we had an opportunity to pursue some people and we sat and we thought about it for long and we realized, but this thing is unexplained.
That's what I was implying, that if you have a friendly audience waiting for you in the LACC, in the court and all of that, you can afford to take your chances that, you know what, they will wing at some of your errors and still return guilty for you. I think that's what they're coming.
There's no way to pretend how the court will act.
Yeah.
But I, as a prosecutor, will not go to court on a charge that is not written in law. I mean, that everybody can take chance, but that other chance there, the thing is not in the book. So the judge asks you, okay, counselor, open the penal law and show me, because this woman, because when you establish, one, she was poor, She didn't have no money, and then all of a sudden she got money and she started spending. So show me where that crime is under Liberian law. And you will not be able to show it because it is not in Liberian law. And it's not likely to be in Liberian law anytime soon, because think about the people that we have put in position of power. Almost all of them exhibit evidence of illicit wealth, right? All these people on Capitol Hill. I mean, they got money, they're spending here and there. Nobody know where it comes from. They're not going to pass that conflict of interest. These guys pass the budget on Capitol Hill. They go to set up companies. They pass project to themselves. They implement it. All that thing is happening on Capitol building. So if you make conflict of interest a crime, we will put half of your legislators in jail. So it's unlikely they will make it a crime. So we have a bigger problem. And you can't solve the problem by picking on Fina Bono because maybe she's the smallest person among the batch. And you say, okay, say we can solve the problem that way, but we need to set some kind of example like Cash Fina Bono saying she's a small fry. I mean, that is not fair. That's not justice.
Okay.
There are a lot of people who have said that exactly is what they're trying to do. Sorry, Jerome, go ahead. That they're trying to use her as a springboard or as a conduit to get to actually the big fish. That's what many people are arguing.
Well, what I wanted to know was someone keep texting me that they can do that under something called, what is it, lifestyle audit? What is lifestyle audit?
Right. I almost asked that question too.
No, man, Jerome, man. Look, the person should point to law. This is not a Facebook forum. Okay? This is not a Facebook forum where you just come and you say anything you want to say. They must point to a law. I am telling you that what this guy is describing in the indictment, it is a crime. And it's true, it looks to me like Fina did it. But it is not a crime written in Liberian law. So he's going to have a problem when he goes to court. So if somebody tell me lifestyle audit, they must cite the law. They shouldn't come here. This is not no Facebook, social media, whatever, to come here and talk about lifestyle audit. Lifestyle audit what? Where in Liberian law they talk about lifestyle audit? You think this is a social media forum?
Well, you know, that's one of the things that we are talking about. When those of us who are not lawyers, and this is why we make the disclaimer, or we say what our panelists say here does not legally represent the opinion of the platform. This is what we are talking about, because we are not non-lawyers. We are into sensationalism.
Yeah, lifestyle audit.
Yes.
Lifestyle audit what?
We don't even know why it is that, well, this man, when he came to government, he could barely, like, what is the former, what's his name?
Like Jefferson Koji.
No. What's his name? Kamara? Kamara, that suit he wore at the United Nations, that big suit that everybody was laughing at. They say, look at the suit he was wearing. Now he wearing Giorgio Imani's suit. So
yeah.
The money.
Yeah. So what? I'm wearing a money suit. So what? What a crime have I committed? Open the criminal law book and tell me which crime is it. Then we don't have it in Liberian law. And we're not going to have it in Liberian law because these guys are corrupt. Generally, all of them, from CDC to UP and in between, they are corrupt. They're not going to pass such a law. So they're just trying to pick on Fina because probably she's the small fry and stuff like that. But this is not going anywhere. There's a legal mumbo jumbo. This guy is trying to shake down the budget process and make sure that whatever thing he put in the budget, it should pass to give the pretense that, look, let me tell you, Jerome, asset recovery. Do you know why they call it recovery? Recovery means it was first lost. It was stolen. It was taken away. Then you recover. But if you establish that the thing was lost, it was stolen, how can you recover something that you have not yet established that is lost? So you're going after Fina, you establish fact that she stole, establish how much she stole, establish those things, Then you can say, okay, because she stole this amount of money, I want to recover. Okay, so as a recovery, you first have to establish that it was stolen. A court has to declare that this amount was stolen. A court has to declare that this man should be forfeited or it should be restituted. It is that order, that what we call a forfeiture order or a restitution order. It is that order that you will use to do asset recovery. In the absence of a restitution order or a forfeiture order, anything you do call asset recovery, in Liberia we call it VLA. That VLA, that just a total scam. There is nothing called asset recovery if you are not previously established that something was stolen, something was taken where the court agree with you that yes, indeed, this was stolen. When the court agree, the court will issue an order that this thing that was taken away must be brought back. That bringing back, that's what we call a recovery. So he has not established nothing. Why is he recovering? This is just another con artist.
So in their press conference, and they were suspicious that, you know, just days before the budget, like you just mentioned, they had the drone footages of going to other properties and said, this property she bought, they got 7 homes on it, they got 10 apartments, they stole this and they went to this, and they listed all of these things. Can she sue them because they have not proven anything? They invaded her privacy and did all this. Is that illegal for them to do that, to basically prejudice the audience before they even went to court?
No, I don't think so, because she has to first clear her name. So she has to go to court and she has to defeat them in court. Then after she defeats them, she can say that they did it with malice, they did it with intention, and so she wants to recover. So her first step is really not to counter sue because it's the government. Her first step is to defend and go to court. But she even got anything to defend. She just go to court and say, yes, I was poor. Yes, I spent money. Yes, I did all of that. So what? Show me the crime in Liberian law that says if you poor and all of a sudden you start spending money, that constitutes a crime. It's not a crime under Liberian law. So what are you going to do about it? He has not established. Look at the indictment. He has not said where she stole money, how much she stole, how she stole it, whatever. Nothing. Bribery, nothing. He's not alleging any of that. He just assuming that she was poor before and now she's gotten a lot of money. You know, I mean, unfortunately, I would love to see a law like that in Liberia. But until a law like that can be passed, you cannot go about indicting people on that kind of thing because it's not in Liberian law. And it's in a lot of countries' law, but it's not in Liberian law.
So what happened to I think in our intro, the former speaker for Nati Kofa said it, and I'm going to repeat. He says, listen to what the IG said, that this case is not based on legal tendency. This is a political case. So it's going to be tried politically. So basically what he's saying that the law may not apply because they say it is not a legal case, it is a political case. Can they apply the same logic to this? That listen, she was a politician, she worked for a politician, so we don't have to try her in the court of competent jurisdiction. We can just say, listen, she was poor, she came to government, she got rich. Is that possible?
Look, it's hard to predict Liberia because sometimes they kind of follow the law, sometimes they don't. But her lawyer have a forceful argument that he can make. He doesn't even have to waste his time. He can just say all the things you say, I agree. So what? I don't see them surviving it, really. They have to go back to the drawing board. I don't see them surviving it because, you know, the problem with the law is that even the judge that is sitting there doesn't have full control, even though it may appear to the ordinary person that the judge has full control. Even the judge, because you can carry the judge on what we call certiorari. So when the judge starts checking on himself and he's not aligning with the law, you can carry him straight to the Supreme Court and say, look, Supreme Court, You have made a ruling A, B, C, D, and if you have said that the judges are not allowed to do A, B, C, D, this judge here on this particular case, now that is not waiting for the case to end. That is why the case is ongoing. You can carry a judge on certiorari, and the judge can be corrected, and the judge will be told, go back and proceed according to law. So it is not a straightforward matter. I mean, I understand Fonati is a political actor, so sometimes he speaks politically. I myself sometimes speak politically, but right now I'm really looking at things strictly legal. I think they have a very difficult case. I'm not going to say they will rule against them, but I'm telling you that there are forceful arguments on Finasa. And I bet the Liberian National Legislature, this is an open challenge to the Liberian National Legislature, pass a law on unexplained wealth. Pass it today in Liberia so that people cannot come from the poorest of the poor and suddenly become millionaires. Pass that law. Stop wasting your time. In the absence of a law, you're charging people for unexplained wealth, for illicit enrichment. No, pass the law in Liberia. Pass the law on conflict of interest. We know that you pass legislative bills for legislative projects, then you go, you start companies, then you award the project to your company did pass a law on conflict of interest today. Talk to the Liberian legislature, let them pass a law on conflict of interest. Criminalize it. Then you can now say, okay, now that it is criminal, let us prosecute people. But you cannot leave all of that undone. Then you read that she engaged in suspicious transaction. What? Suspicious what? Suspicious transaction is not something you read in an indictment. The suspicious transaction report is not evidence. It is only an intelligence that a prosecutor can use to investigate, to establish the facts. His entire indictment is inundated with references to a huge amount of money. Suspicion, huge amount of money is not a crime.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we have Councillor Myean Freeman, a person who fought the LACC and won. We are talking about taking the
FIU and won.
yeah, and won. So it can happen. We got the telephone number here. Myean, if you can announce it in the studio so we can take some calls, because at 7 o'clock, we have the transition. So I know there are a lot of folks out there who are listening, especially from the Republic, that want to call and find out, because most of the things you were talking about, I didn't even know that these things were not part of the law.
No.
Because we are on the talk shows, we are on Facebook, and these people say these things as though it is written in law. This is why we said we wanted to bring you on so you can actually dissect. Because when I look at this, I saw 99 counts. I never see any, but Myean, let's go to the line with Honorable Nagbe. 99 counts. 99 counts. To me, it's like the folks say, take the mud and throw it against the wall.
Absolutely.
And see what sticks. So if you are in the diaspora, you can call 772-940-2871. If you are in Liberia, it is 231-777-649-986. Call, and if you have questions for the Honorable, the learned man, he will be willing to answer those questions for you. But Honorable Nagbe, did you know that all these things he's talking about were not actually written in the rule of law in Liberia?
No, I'm shocked at these revelations, because time after time we hear all this talk about, going after people who acquire wealth illegally. I mean, that's the essence of the audit and all of that, right? If you audit someone and you talk about lifestyle audit and all that, I mean, I thought that was the prosecutorial authority that we had to bring these people to justice. So I'm really flabbergasted here. So you go after someone for stealing so much, and you don't have a law, even when you can prove that they got the wealth illegally. You really can't do anything to them. Maybe that's why these people only get suspended or fired, and most of them are never brought to court. But Councilor, why is it that no one has tried to put a law in place for this?
If you look at Liberia, how do these people get rich? They have a little money, they use it for campaign, they go to the Capitol building, and then they start selling Liberia.
Right.
They start selling Liberia left and right, and from there they get the money. So who is going to criminalize the channel through which they get their money? They're making it appear like Fina is the only person who, getting money like that. All of them getting money like that. For example, Bwaka, the president, he's building a $50 million house in Foya, right?
$10 million.
10 million, whatever. He keep dodging the question. And one day they say, oh, it was MRU. The next day they say, oh, well, it's a presidential. We have never seen it in the budget. How did he get it? That's enlisted. But Bwaka didn't start enlisting enrichment. Right after the election, he donated money, and Yeka Kolba asked, where did that money come from? And under Liberian law, under Liberian culture, the Omar said, well, the Yeka Frisky, man. Yeka Frisky. Why he asking the man that kind of question? Because the man a big man. Why he ask a big man where he got money from? But wasn't it true that right after the election, Bwaka spent more than $50,000 and nobody knew where he got the money from?
But let me ask you
this. The very first person who is demonstrating illicit wealth is the president of the Republic of Liberia, Mr. Bwaka. He is the very first person to show illicit wealth. And he is demonstrating it every day by taking security people to mine his property in Foya. Why shouldn't we know where that money is coming from? If you pursue it, you're not going to get any solution because there is no law on unexplained wealth. So what you going to do about it? Pass a law. Dylan is the light. He's in the Capitol building. Why can't Dylan propose such a law?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening. We told you earlier, we are talking about things that people may not want to hear. Because if the president said he was broke, he was so poor, he was living on loan, okay? We are not saying this is not gossip. We are quoting him verbatim. So you can't sue me and saying I'm trying to scandalize the president. I'm quoting him verbatim. He says he was living on loan. He said, go to IB Bank. I borrowed that. I told loan there more than 5 times. That is Joseph Bwaka. That's what he said. And then all of a sudden, the president is riding private jets. He's going from nation to nation. Doing all the things that we all said were wrong.
Some of those ones are public. So that is explained. But the one he took from his pocket and said, I donate this money in my own name and in the name of my wife. That one cannot be explained. The one that is happening in Foya, which is alleged, we don't know. It could be 1 million, it could be 2 million. But we all know Bwaka doesn't have the money. So, look, it's not the justice I want that you go after Fina because she's small or because she's from CDC. The justice system I want to see in Liberia is color blind. It is blind, whether it's Fina, it's UP, whoever. If Bwaka is building a suspicious mansion in Foya, go after him. Okay? Don't leave Bwaka out. He building a $10 million in Foya. You're running after Gracious Ra because you feel maybe she's a small fry, she's a small target. That's not law, right? That's vindictiveness. That's why people call it witch hunt, okay? And law is supposed to be across the board. We saw the man going to Bon County, even because he was president, he spent $50,000, $54,000. And Henry, and that cost Yaka Kolba said, where the money came from? We saw him attempting to bribe people at the Capitol building. Where the money came from, okay? Nobody knows. So they will not pass the law because all of them are surviving on illicit enrichment. So they're not going to pass the law. So they're just trying to harass, what her name? Finda, stuff like that. But I don't see it going anywhere because there's no legal case. It's just a legal mumbo jumbo.
So, Mr. Nagbe, I think we touched on this when they were in opposition. You heard about this $16 billion thing that they were talking about. And everybody said once they come to power, they will be able to prove that 16 billion was stolen. They know where it came from. They have the paper. Whatever happened to that case, Honorable Nagbe? And the 3 missing boys, they said they knew who killed those people. They had evidence. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. The counselor is here, but we know nobody got prosecuted. We know there were people who died from that 16 billion case at the National Bank. I mean, we know what's this Endos. I think that was one of the people, auditors connected to that.
Ines,
I'm sorry. So I don't think anybody ever. I know this is Sirleaf, I believe, was taken to court. I think it was the weird government, but he himself, he got sprung after a while. So I don't think anything ever happened to people who were accused as a result of that. $100 million or $16 billion Liberian, and then the $25 million mop up. I don't think anything came of that case. But Counselor, I was about to ask you something. I'm sorry, this is Chief Tomalin. When the chief calls, you gotta take the call.
Yeah. Okay. Counselor, let's look at the Weah administration, right? They arrested the Salid and the other folks. They were paraded. They were put in jail. Isn't the same thing I'm seeing here? That either you're trying to make whatever it is, whatever standard they try to say, whatever the perception is, we saw the Salid, we saw the Weeks. They were all arrested and put behind bars, and it was all over the place. We were fighting corruption. What's the difference here?
That's a problem. Okay, these politicians, they promise people that they will have better governance, that they will have proper justice, and then they come to power and they're still doing something completely out of order. Look, Jerome, we're here in the U.S. I've been here a few years. You've been here forever. The Justice Department, okay, maybe now it changed a little bit with Trump, but before then, the Justice Department didn't know who was a Democrat from who was a Republican, right? If they're going after you, they check the evidence, they make sure the evidence is tight, they pursue you. That's not what we have. It ain't a problem we have in Liberia. People just march people, they mark people, or they want a CDC person, I don't like them, and they did bad to me, I'm going to go after them. That's not justice. That's not justice. The justice we want to see, it must be blind between CDC people, UP, LPP, PPP, any other P. It has to be blind. This thing that they started from day one behind this woman. I don't really know her. I'm not really interested in her. If she committed crime, I would like to see her face the repercussions of her crime. But you can't put a fictitious document together and try to pin it on her, when all of y'all, and technically everybody living on the thing, because the thing is not a crime in Liberia. You can come in the government with $1 and you can leave with 50 million, and it's not a crime. If it was a crime, people like the vice president, other people, they'll probably not be permanent citizens today, because they keep. Prince Johnson said it. He said it on his video recording. I mean, technically, he said a lot about Jeremiah Cone and what he does at the Capitol building. We know Nukwe, Awochie and Nathaniel McGill, these people are placed on sanctions for corruption, but Liberians passed the law on illicit enrichment, passed the law on the split way of criminalize it, conflict of interest, criminalize it, put jail sentence there. Then let me see if you pass for example, what should I say, a legislative allotment for the county, whether a senator will go form a company and try to supply the services. You don't pass the law and then you try to make people out of scapegoat. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's just another legal mumbo jumbo.
Okay, let's look at one of the let's look at some of the charges there. So the 99 charges they are talking about, you want to tell me they don't have chance to convict or not even one?
Okay, let me just help you to show you how we break this thing down, right?
Okay.
He charged for money laundering, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I said the elements of money laundering are missing. So when the elements of money laundering are missing, the criminal conspiracy and the criminal facilitation, all of them will go together. Because if the money laundering cannot stand, the criminal conspiracy will not stand, and the criminal facilitation can stand. So they won't wipe out together. Did he establish in that indictment how Finabonu stole this money?
No.
How much he stole? You know, how she stole it, where, this and that? No. So the theft of property is out. He charged her for misuse of public funds. Did he establish in the indictment which public funds she used, from what public agency, how much was it, how was it done, this and that? No. He charged her for forgery. He said she went to the account and she put fake numbers, this and that. You must know that in order for forgery to occur, you have to attempt to change a written document. So if I supply a false information to a bank, maybe that is misrepresentation and all of that, but it's not forgery, because forgery you have to try to change a document that was already written. So we feel wiping out all the charges.
So what's the logic in naming all these people? I mean, we talk about. I mean, I'm talking about, you name it, they put them in here.
That's why I'm telling you that he's an experienced lawyer, but he spent most of his time going to Central Prison, South Beach. That's where he spent most of his legal experience.
Okay.
So, but when it comes to...
Don't go to South Beach when you're a lawyer.
He spent most of his time going to South Beach to negotiate for a prisoner to come from in jail, go to the police station. That's where he spent his time. So he doesn't understand how to put together a criminal indictment in a financial crimes law case. That's all.
I'm getting a lot of questions, right? People want to know, what is the difference between the LACC, the asset recovery, and to some extent even the War and Economics Crime Court? I think they're all going after ill-gotten wealth, right? How are they different?
The asset recovery is a duplication, because everything that they were established to do, both the Ministry of Justice and the LACC are also established to do it. If they wanted to, allocate division of labor, asset recovery could focus on only assets that have been declared by court to be missing, to be stolen, declared by a court, most likely the Supreme Court. Then asset recovery pick up from there. Then Ministry of Justice and LACC will be responsible to take the case up to the Supreme Court level. But look, let me tell you something. Cloud Martin is a duplicate of Serena Cephas. So everything that you think Serena Cephas is capable of doing, Cloud Martin is capable of doing equally or even more. That is it. So these guys are, you may think that they are there in the public interest. Those people are just hustling. Why Martin Colley left? Ask Martin Colley why he left. The man is corrupt. So he just put he didn't, I am sure if he had gone to LSCC would have told him that these charges can go because they are pointing to unexplained wealth. And unexplained wealth is not a crime under Liberian law. So LSCC would have told him that. I am 100% sure LSCC would have told him that. But he's not going to LSCC because he's not interested in the justice. What he's interested in is either to get a bigger budget from the government or to have what a girl name or Finna go and see him. If Finna goes to him and say, look, Chief, I cannot see you. You owe my case. You know, take this little thing and forget about me. Climating that I know will take it and forget about her.
In count 1, it says here that between the time interval AD 2018 up to and including January 22nd, AD 2024, that the entire Georgia time, in city of Monrovia, Monserrado County, and in the bailiwick of the Republic of Liberia, you, co-defendant Nora Finabono, at the time, a politically exposed person, PEP, connived, colluded, and conspired with co-defendant Emmanuel Colley in your personal capacity and as general manager of Anita Business Center, Jimmy Emmanuel Flomo in your personal capacity and manager as Anita Business Center. And they went on and on and on and on. And they included the same old people again over, they believed to have staff of Anita Group of Company through its subsidiary, in order to be design and develop a criminal syndicate with the purpose and intent to commit a crime. They do and commit the crime of money laundering. That is, like you say, they wrote all this entire paragraph, but they didn't say how the money was laundered, where they got the money from, where the money was deported. Because when I went to court, when they were sentencing Mr. Stanton Waterspoon, they had their the same thing, right? They had him transferring money from state to state, from account to account. And the judge asked, what were the evidence? And this guy pulled up a huge book and said, from the state of Florida on this date, from this bank to the bank in Delaware, these are the bank number, these are the amount, these are the days. And it just went on and on, but I didn't see anything here. So I'm inclined to believe that this may be a flow show that we may never hear from, because I was there in the courtroom and I was listening to the detail to which the FBI and the federal prosecutor were going, and they presented everything, and I was shocked. Okay, and they were talking about this wire thing and wire fraud and everything else, and the gentleman said we could have charged it with 20 different counts, but this particular one, but even if we let off on it, then it means that we are stupid, or we just, because it is too glaring, like you daring us to charge you. This one is so clear that we just can't do anything but lock him up. That's just what the guy said. So yes, they did show, like you said, what was committed, when it was committed, where it was committed, who committed it. And then they put a figure to it. Where did the money come from? Where it went? Who received the money? Everything. But there's nothing here.
No, he just relying on the fact that she was poor like Chehara, and suddenly she started spending money. And yes, she was poor. As Jeremiah Kuhn, as Baka, who are living on loan, as every other United Parties and now who's spending money, they were all poor. And they're not spending money, and we know that they're all living on the government money. But so what? It's not a crime under Liberian law. So what? There's nothing you can do. Even theft of property, he didn't establish, what did she steal, when she stole it, how she stole it, how much she got, how did she redeploy that stolen money into, legitimate businesses. He said nothing. He just relied on the fact that she was poor and suddenly she got rich. So all of a sudden she needs to answer. Why? Go tell Bwaka. What happened with Bwaka $10 million in 4 years? How did he start to build a $10 million property in 4 years? How he got rich? But you won't say that because why? I mean, if he does that, he's not going to have a job tomorrow. So, but I'm just saying that he has not even the simplest theft of property. He didn't even establish it. He could have established theft of property, established that this woman stole money from government. This is how she stole it. This is when she stole this money, this is where she put it. And then from there, she put it here. Now she started transferring this money to other agencies. Then you're starting. When you start anything, you just assume that, oh, okay, she was poor, then she got money now, so she must have stolen. The law doesn't work that way. I mean, he got experience. I won't doubt his experience, but he doesn't really have knowledge about financial crime. When it comes to financial crime, he's a rookie.
Here he says that the accounts, therefore, paved the way, serve as a conduit. These people serve as conduit and or were used as medium for several transfer of money both in and out from one account to another, amounting to the sum of $6 million, blah, blah, blah. 100,000, he says, collectively they have surmised that the transfer in total was about $6 million. He thinks that she used these people as conduit to transfer money.
Yeah, let's assume it's not even 6 million. Let's assume it's 1 trillion. So what? Let's assume it's 1 trillion. What is the Liberian law against illicit enrichment? What is the Liberian law against unexplained wealth? Because he could have established bribery. He could have established fraud on the internal revenue. He could have established theft of property. He didn't establish anything. He just said she was poor and now she's got money.
Yeah, because in count 3, he listed the numbers and everything else, but didn't say violation of Article 1, the Constitution, blah, 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 nothing. He just went and said she used these people as conduit to transfer up to $6 million. But then
money laundering starts with the proceeds of crime. You have to establish that there exists a proceeds and that this proceeds came from criminal activity. He has not established, he left all of that, and he just writing a lot of mumbo jumbo. Probably his team were happy, boss, yeah, this is very nice. Boss, 99 counts, in Liberia or in LU, the longer your vocabulary, the better you are reputed to be as a speaker. So, Chief, if that thing is 99 count, they will feel it wet because 99.
Listen, Councillor, let me thank you ever so much tonight for your time with us. I enjoyed it. I learned.
We got, my man. I got my 13 more minutes with the councillor. I got. Let me enjoy my 13 minutes.
I'm leaving the two of you to enjoy yourself.
Yes, Chief. We got 99 counts. 99 counts. She can survive.
That's right. Well, we talked about patriotism all this week, and we began the show with today being Veterans Day in the United States and what patriotism is. And usually the question that we usually ask is, if it's a social contract that you as a person, you owe respect and honor to your country to the point where you are willing to lay down your life for the ideals of a nation. The question is, has Liberia done enough for me to say the ideals upon which this country was built and being governed have been so good and fair to me that I'm willing to die to preserve it. And nobody have called or even texted to say, I put it out there, who is willing? Have the government done enough? Have this country done enough? As these young men and women did for this country, the United States, where they are saying the ideals of this country is worth dying for. We need to preserve it. For those country boys from Basel like me that came over. Are we making that case for Liberians to lay down their lives? And nobody can say in the affirmative that Liberia, our government, our system, is worth laying down their lives or dying for. Nobody has answered in the affirmative. The reason I brought this up is something like this, where the law that's supposed to be blind, like you said, that's supposed to be across the board, is being cherry-picked, where to the point where some people disappear unalive in some government. Critics are murdered, disappearing. All of this. Is this country, are the ideals critical enough for a young child to say, besides the $200 they would make a month, to say, I'm willing to be conscripted to die for this country because I love those ideals? Talk to us about ideals and patriotism. I know we're about to go.
Well, maybe, I don't know about the laying down your life, but in a Liberian sense, most likely being dismissed from your job or losing your income could be one of the repercussions of standing up for what is right. You know, one of my friends told me, you know, one of them, he makes sense, he talks a lot of things, but he always in the wrong group. You know, he needs to know where to go in order to be at the top, you know. And be at the top mean maybe you have to be with the UP people or have to be with the CDC group, you know, stuff like that. And so if you not with them, they can fill up the post, they don't bother with you, stuff like that. But the point is, Jerome, we spend a lot of time going abroad looking for people to come and help us. But the development of Liberia, the first step to developing Liberia is from in Liberia. Either by people deciding they will not cooperate with the corrupt clique. It may mean losing your job. Yes, I lost a job. I lost a job with LSCC. In fact, LSCC wasn't the first time. One time I worked for family planning. It was an NGO, but it was corrupt terribly and stuff like that, you know. And I didn't lose a job per se. I was suspended, and then I got another job and all of that. But it's difficult when you're working, especially for me, I work in accounting, right? You know, you can see all kind of things in the West as an accounting. I mean, the people ask you to do all kinds of things. Some of the things they ask you to do, you know very well that you end up in jail if you do it. But some people do it because they're afraid of losing their job, their wife, children, extended relative, the family back home in the village. They start thinking about all the people that look up to them. Nah, I can't lose their job. I mean, the person just asked me to write another check. They asked me to forge the other signature, or they asked me to, you know, fix something. They accept it. But what will become of Liberia if we all just repeatedly accept to do the wrong thing? Walk around Liberia, how do you see it? It's very discouraging. Even the physical look of the place is discouraging. Much more when you start encountering the systems. It's discouraging. I was working for, maybe in Liberia, like $4,000 job that I lost for speaking out. It was a big problem because in Liberia, you're making like $4,000 and losing that. That's a lot of money. But I had no reservation about losing that. And if you ask me today, I will lose it even the same way I lost it. Because you got to lose something. In order for the country to be straightened up, you can't straighten up that country if somebody not willing to lose something. Like you said, okay, we're not like the military where we go out, we fight wars, but losing job, family, income, those are things that affect us. And if we're not willing to lose anything, at the end of the day, the repeated cycle of following orders, unlawful orders, illegal orders, damaging the country, and in a lot of instances, as soon as the government is over, they pack up the things and they leave the country. The new group comes in, they restart the same cycle. It's wrong. You know, I challenge the Liberia National Legislature, pass the law on unexplained wealth, make it a crime. Make it a crime, the conflict of interest law. Make it a crime. Pass the law on the protection of whistleblowers. Give them protection. Those are the things. Dylan said he's the light. Pass that law, Dylan. It's not about making some funny little building down over there and saying that, oh, this place will rehabilitate it. Pass a law that will change the country for generations to come. That is what is expected of you. So they don't do that. So it's a problem. I hope other people will, because it's difficult. You suffer a lot. You go through a lot of difficulty. Not a lot of people are willing to do that, but it is worthwhile because Germany will not save Liberia. China will not save Liberia. America, only Liberians can save Liberia.
Wow. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show. We have with us our learned counselor talking to us about everything, including patriotism. Like he said, in the United States, people love the ideals of this country and they are willing, including yourself and myself, to defend it to our death. In Liberia, though, he basically killed himself when he said, I would rather lose the job than join the cartel. And he lost everything. And in Liberia, if you have a good job and you lost the job, you are basically a dead person.
You finish. The first thing, all your side checks be gone, man. All your side checks gone.
There you go. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Yeah, Freeman, that's a difficult one. I don't know if I want to indulge in the conversation about sidekicks. but yeah, I've been following. I think he raised some salient points. Patriotism. You gotta be able to, you gotta be willing to lose stuff. But I think what's important is not just losing stuff, right? Because if we looked at it from the perspective of losing stuff, then the question then is, at what cost, right? But you gotta be able to, you want to look at it from the perspective of, I would rather protect my own integrity, my own principle, what I stand for, and protect the full march of our country and what's good about our country, as opposed to just thinking about myself. And I think, for his kids, I think a lot of people, whether you're poor or not, I think we need to really get into that mindset, because a lot of the reasons why some of these guys are staying in all of the nonsense is because they have no other options. They have no other choice. Freeman, I don't know where he lives now, but he's an attorney. He can go and practice law in Liberia or elsewhere if he has the qualification to do so. He can open his own law firm to do that. But think about people who basically are destitute. They have no option, and they're definitely not making $4,000 like you were. But even at that, we have to develop that mindset that, in as much as I don't have anything, and the probability of me losing the only thing that I have, at what cost? Is it that I want to be the hero or the shiro or whatever? When we have a system that embrace these kinds of behavior and reward these kinds of behavior. People think about those things. If I'm just one person and I'm going to put myself on the line, I mean, look at what happened. Even though I thought it was foolish, look at what happened to the guy who burned himself. What's his name?
Pom.
Achi Pompon, you know, and he did that advocating for all of the right things. I would have gone about it a different way, but look at the reaction. Even those that he was advocating for laughed at him, call him a fool, call him stupid, crazy. Why would you do that? And you would think that they would have, like, you know, healed him. You know, this guy did the right thing, even though I wouldn't have done what he did and go that far, but he did the right thing. He stood for integrity. He stood for the right thing. He should be rewarded something. But instead, he was laughed out. So when these things are happening in our environment, people will more than likely think about themselves. They will say, you know what? I'm not going to have no fish to fry in this. I'm going to think about my family, myself right now, and that's going to be it. But to Friedman's point, if all of us think like that, how do we transform the country? And so I think we definitely need a paradigm shift. We need to put our country first, and right now we're not doing that. But it was interesting on the charges that came from the asset recovery team. One of the things that really caught my attention, I'm not an attorney, but was this whole allegation of money laundering, right? And the first thing I thought about was, is that within the scope of the asset recovery team to even insert that in there, right? Without the technicians, without the technocrats, who not only have the academic expertise to do it, but they have the tools like the Financial Intelligence Agency in Liberia, right? And when you make phone calls to some of these guys, they're looking at these stuff like, no, I'm hearing it at the same time you're hearing it, right? So if they're not consulting, if they're not collaborating with the agencies necessary to establish evidence and crime, how are they putting forth these endowments? Like how are they going to do that? How do you prove the stuff that you are alleging if you have not done your due diligence, or if it's not within the scope of your profession to determine that, you know? And so again, I think this is all bluff. I think this is a distraction. Of course, the president just came from overseas. They wanted us to talk about something. Every time the president comes from overseas, some bombshell drops. But a lot of this stuff is not moving the needle because we have not seen anything over the last 2 years. All of the folks that have been charged, they're still roaming around. The evidences are not just there for conviction, for trial and conviction. I don't see it. And if they had anything of substance to prove, by now they would have been throwing some things out there. We haven't seen that yet. So in as much as we want to fight corruption, I think it's important that we are fighting corruption to not only have these guys prosecuted, but to ensure that they are convicted in jail. So we send a message out there. But if they were serious and if it wasn't selective, why are they not investigating the $10 million villa in Lofa County?
which is a suspicious transaction.
and it's open, but it's not just that, but it's open. You can see that
open,
right now.
Flagrant.
It's right there. It's glaring. So if no one knows who property is that, then then we should know why is a property being built at that cost in the backyard of the president. It poses national security threat. So why are we not focusing on that?
And have SSS people assigned there.
Exactly. So it just shows that these guys.
So, but Fina is like a small fry. We can just grab her, we squeeze her, we pretend that by using Fina, we can pretend that we are fighting corruption. So that's just it, and it's very bad. You don't use justice that way. Like I was telling Jerome at the beginning of the show, you don't have a partial compliance to the justice process. It's either you're not complying or you're fully complying. You can't partially comply with justice. You have to be not complying or you're complying fully.
Right.
And what I see there, those guys are just on some kind of political shenanigans, and they are not ready yet for the proper justice to take over. So tell the national legislature, if you're really serious, pass a law on conflict of interest. If you're really serious, pass a law on witness protection. If you're really serious, pass a law on unexplained wealth.
But how do you determine, what would the law look like for something called unexplained? They already have a system that says you have to declare your assets. So we know what you have before you came to government.
The declaring asset is administrative law.
Yes, exactly. So even if they were to declare the asset and it shows that they're making $0 from this year to this year, and after this year from this year they're making $100,050. How do you explain that as unexplained when this person works in that entity? And
that's why the law. That's why the law
will bonuses. We don't know what the bonuses are.
That's why the law will explain. But in the absence of a law, you can't draw up an indictment because this whole indictment is based on the fact that Fina was poor.
Oh, that's
she
it?
got to nothing else in the real indictment. Nothing else there.
Okay.
Nothing else there. She was poor. According to him, she made $4,300 per month. And over 6 years, she made $300,000. And he found out in between her many accounts, there was $6 million passing around. So she could not afford. And I agree, yes, she could not afford. Yes, she was very poor. Yes, she admitted to everything. And so what?
But Joseph Boaga was poor too.
And Boaga was poor. He started donating $50,000
So to your point, so that's unexplained then. So where did you get the money from? All of a sudden, as president-elect, to start donating those kinds of funds, where did you get the money from to start donating $50,000?
So I'm saying, to cut all that matter short, pass a law in the Capitol building, pass a law at the national level defining what constitutes unexplained wealth, making it a criminal offense. Pass a law on conflict of interest. Make it clear what constitutes conflict of interest. Pass a law on witness protection. Pass those laws. Then when you pass it, when somebody is in that category, we'll not have to guess. We'll just open the law book, read what is there, what it says, observe the person's conduct, and say, oh, but your conduct fall afoul of this law. But in the absence of passing such a law, why are you going to hold Fina on? That she was poor and then she suddenly got rich? I mean, this is, it doesn't make any sense.
But Councillor Freeman, there's another case that is brewing, and these people, they made it so clear that they're making the government look bad. It's a DMDC CEO denounced a $1.9 million fraud case as witch hunting. The asset recovery, can they charge somebody with fraud?
I think the government gave the general prosecutorial power, but I, from the beginning, hold that this is a duplication because the fraud, you want to call in justice, LSCC, or police. So right now you have a fourth agency. Their job, in my understanding of what they should be doing, their job should start when the court has declared that this asset is the proceeds of a crime. Then the job starts to find out who is responsible, where is it, how can we recover it, or how can we repatriate that. That when their job starts.
So who handles the investigation for that?
It's supposed to be LSCC, police, Ministry of Justice. They're supposed to do that part, but they were given that power through the executive order. That's what they're doing. But I believe that they only cooperated with Ministry of Justice, but they didn't cooperate with LSCC because there is no way LSCC will sign on to such an indictment. Because LSCC knows better that when it comes to illicit enrichment, there is no such law in Liberia. So when you go and draw up the indictment in a way that it is pointing to illicit enrichment, but you are charging money laundering, that's a mismatch.
I think Magna Carta want to know here, shouldn't asset recovery be a post-conviction activity.
That's exactly what
I think
it
that's
is.
a good point. Yep, that's a good
That's
point.
exactly what it is. So technically, this man should not be involved in investigation and prosecution, because that will be done by LSCC and MOJ. When the court has decided that this asset was stolen, then he just starts to find out where the stolen asset went and how to get it back. But because there's no law and order in Liberia, there's no delineation of duty.
So
Everything
have
is
they
political.
decided, have they identified an asset that was stolen?
No,
No,
that's what he's saying. You can't just go by eyewitness and say this building was here when she was not working, when I here. So now let me read it. Let me read this to you. Right, this is the charges against MDMC. The CEO said he further argued that the task force is acting beyond its authority under Executive Order number 145, saying the body is rebranding itself under a false name and encroaching on matters already reviewed by the state legal agencies. The task force cannot undo what the Ministry of Justice has already legally reviewed. Yoboti said, such interference demonstrates disorganization and weak governance. If the Justice Ministry, if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you gave me a contract to renovate and paint, I have done this. I send you the record, he says. We ask you to bring your team to justify whether the work has been done and everything you've done, all of these things. Then you come out now and you say, based on your own observation, 53% of the work was done and 47% was not. So they went and raided them and locked them up. He is saying this is unbelievable. This is not how it is.
Where is his legal authority?
That's why he said
he doesn't have the legal. But let me tell you something. I already told you what the guy did in the Costa case. He was county attorney. He knew very well that there is absolutely no way any sane government will repatriate Costa. But because they needed to extract money from the government, so he and Serena Silva got together and convinced Weah that they could go to Sierra Leone and they could extradite Costa. But it was never about extraditing Costa. It was just extracting enough money from the government, go to Sierra Leone, pretend that you are doing something, and come back with your pocket loaded. Your wife is happy, your side chick happy, all your children happy. So Serena Silva is not going to pursue justice. That man is a hustler. Just like Serena Silva is his friend. They are all hustlers.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just joining the show here at the end of this process here, some of the questions that we have had as laymen and women, we learned a lot today that there is no law against self-interest,
illicit enrichment.
Yeah, the conflict of interest.
Unexplained wealth, conflict of interest. Those laws don't exist.
Conflict of interest. There are no law. There's no penal code that has been violated. So the other gentleman who was charged is saying that these people are mimicking. They are. He said they are rebranding, which he's calling them fraudulent. They are rebranding themselves.
So have they identified, or have they identified, at least through the presentation, because I have not read the indictment, have they identified that, specifically with regards to the money laundering, have they identified that the movement of monies between one account to the next account by her or her daughter? What is their main case when it comes to this issue with this money thing? Do they have an account to say, you know what, on this day, on December 1st, 2022, monies in the amount of 5 million will move from this account to this foreign account or to this local account, and then have they shown that?
Look,
with the intent of criminality, whatever.
Moving money between 20 accounts, 30 accounts, 100 accounts is not a crime.
But it's not a crime. But at least without any of the.
Well, what are at least for? If it's not a crime, what are at least for? Liberia's operation or what?
It could be the bare minimum of what they.
It is not a crime to move money, right?
Do they even have that?
You robber, right? You have your account. You have 50 accounts. You decide that you want to see how that money feels in all your 50 accounts. So you move it day 1, you move it day 2, you move through all your 50 accounts. Have you committed a crime?
But if I start moving a certain amount, it's gonna raise red flag.
It is not a crime.
I understand. What I'm saying is it's gonna raise red flag.
Let me tell you where the crime is, because you came late on the show.
Red flag is not a crime.
Listen,
you gotta have a pending code. You gotta have
listen, Bravo. The crime is, what money are you moving? You work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose it's your salary you're moving around. What's the problem? You can move it's your property. The definition of property is an item that you can use and abuse within the confines of the law.
But then I will have to explain how my salary.
You don't need to explain to anybody. You can take your money.
So if I'm moving $6 million, $8 million, and
it is not a crime.
I'm not making that amount.
Here is what a crime is, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the money you are moving is the proceeds of crime, then that is a crime.
Explain that. Expand. What do you mean by is the proceeds of crime?
Okay, so you say
that means a crime. That means you got the money based on a crime that committed.
That is where the money laundering comes in, not the moving the money, 6 million, huge deposit, suspicious transaction. None of that is a crime.
But in Liberia, though, I understand what you're saying. In Liberia, and I think the reason why these guys are getting away with it is that, and this I think they are more focused on the code of public opinion as opposed to winning a case in the court of law.
It's administrative.
There you go. Because in the code of public opinion, they're trying to say, yes, she was poor. That's one. Mm-hmm. 2, her daughter could not afford these trips that her daughter made throughout the 6 years. That's 2. 3, yes, she's corrupt because
now you're making a quantum leap that is not permitted in law.
No, I agree. I'm agreeing.
You're making a quantum leap that is not permitted in law.
Listen, Freeman, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm trying to explain to you is the gullibility of our society. And these guys play these games because they understand who they're dealing with. I'm explaining to you how the layman on who support the party will see the actions of these guys as a success without looking at the details or understanding the fine lines like you do as a lawyer, right? So what I'm saying is, just by these things being put out there, right? They understand they cannot win a case in a court of law if they have not met all of the requirements and the things that you mentioned. And I agree 100%. But from the court of public opinion and politics in Liberia, you cannot convince anyone who supports Unity Party that this is witch hunt and this is political maneuvering. This is a political bluff because they don't have the facts. You cannot convince them. So maybe it's a strategy that they're using to play on the minds of those who support them to say, you know what, Joseph Boakai is actually fighting corruption when in fact he's not, because they don't have the facts.
Yeah, I doubt if there's even a coordination between Boakai Office and Clamati. I'm telling you, I know Clamati.
The president, they will not put that information out with that.
No, I'm telling you, I know Clamati, I know Serena Seafors. Those guys are hustlers. Why did he bring this thing all around the budget season? Have you ever thought about it? From January, he could have done it. February, March. Why is it coming right around the time they are discussing the budget?
And
because he's put in,
and no money in the budget for them.
Yeah, he's put in a budgetary request, and now he got to shake things up so people will say, "Oh, my man, don't forget about Martin. Oh, Martin really working hard." So those guys are cool artists. He just put that thing, shaking things up so that people will say, "Oh, Martin working hard. We need to give him 2.5." Ask Martin Colley why Martin Colley left.
And you just said what I just said. It's a perception. And sometimes perception is reality. And the reality in Liberia is the mindset. If they see how many times people have not made a big deal out of the fact, even the $1.2 billion budget, on paper, it sounds so good. And they're already claiming a victory. Oh, the first time in the history of Liberia, the budget had jumped from 800 to 1.2. But when you read the details, it just doesn't add up. So again, it's a mindset game that they're playing. He's saying, "Oh, you know what? I'm shaking things up. I'm doing my job. So don't forget about me with that
In the
budget
budget.
allocation." And his unity party partisans and other people who don't like CDC, they're thinking, "Great, the president is actually fighting corruption. These guys are being held accountable." Blah 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 blah. Blah. But they don't read the fine lines. They don't know the facts. They have not seen the evidences.
Yeah.
Only people
Yeah.
who understand what's going on will understand that
I mean,
this is all
let me
fraud.
just make a point, right? You got your money. You're a businessman. You can decide to send your money to Liberia, send it back to Liberia, back, Sierra Leone, Ghana, 100 times. And your money. Who's supposed to tell you how you spend your money? It's nobody's business. The only problem is if that money you are sending is the proceeds of crime.
And the burden
So
of proof is on them.
it on them. It on them to establish that the money that Siabonu was building houses and doing represent the proceeds from bribery, from armed robbery, from fraud on the internal revenue. That's what they have to establish. In the absence of establishing, look, Fina can send the money to Switzerland, send it to New York, Beijing, bring it back to Liberia, start the process all over. That's her business. How is that your concern? I mean, you're not paying her bank charges, right?
What about the trips? Because you see, that's what I keep saying. The purpose they took the picture of her daughter and all these luxurious trips in business class and flashing of money cash on. They've made that part of that presentation to elevate this illusion that
yes,
we got them.
Again, it's
the
good.
mind game that they're playing because these things don't work in a court of law.
Yeah, but it worked on Facebook.
Exactly my point. Exactly. But you also got to remember. You also got to remember. It worked politically because this government came to power on lots of laws that were not debunked or that were not checked and corrected by the opposition. So again, look, the objective may not just be we don't have the facts. Look at the case with Samuel Twe. It's been over a year now. What are they waiting for? How long is it going to take for Samuel Twe to have his day in court and for the facts to be presented to a jury and a judge to say this man was accused of economic sabotage and we have the facts to prove
Look,
it?
let me make a bold claim to you. If Samuel Twe goes to jail, there is high chance the current finance minister and the president could go to jail in subsequent regime. Because the identical thing that they are accusing Samuel Twe of doing, the current government is doing the identical thing. They are sending money to NSA. They are going there and collecting it back, give NSA their commission and share the money among themselves. So these guys is not in their interest. It's in their interest to create an impression that they are prosecuting Twe.
And you've seen the budget, right? You've seen how much the security sector has got.
Of course, they're going to always send money to NSA. Okay. So it's not it's in their interest to pretend that they are prosecuting Twe, but it's not in their interest.
Let's assume that's what it was. Let's assume that's what it is. What evidences do they have? Listen, my only thing is I do not think they even have the evidences to go to court and secure conviction on these charges. That's my thing because
I don't know about the Twe case. I'm only saying that what they accused Twe of doing. But that's part of why he was
indicted. That's what you just said. That's part of the reason why.
Yeah, I don't know the details. What I'm saying is that what they're accusing Twe of doing, Twe said they send money to NSA and NSA can't account because according to them it's covert operation. Well, in the first 2 years, Parker spent $28 million on covert operation. And I learned he got another $14 million to spend. How you think they're building mansion in 4 years? How you think they're building mansion in 4 years? It's millions of dollars. Where did $1 million come from? It got to go somewhere. It comes from there and back to Parker and it's spent. So if those guys sent Twe to jail on this covert operation thing, there is absolutely no way the current finance minister and the president will not get indicted right after they leave office for the same NSA covert operation thing. So they're going to pretend like a prosecution is going on They're going to haul it, pull it, find a way, throw it out. And Baka asked for audit of NSA, correct?
Yep.
Why did he stop it?
Bluff. Nothing with nothing. All bluff.
That 20 is not going to come to anything. It's going to go back and forth, because the UP people have decided that, look, we're not going to close the NSA chopping line. We're going to keep it open. Like CDC came and saw the NSA chopping line there and said, oh, but Ellie and what they need, that was Robert Salim, or what the other one need, the other Salim out of NSA.
Yes.
CDC came and saw that where Ellie and Foma were operating NSA and said, but we're not closing, we benefit from it. Do you know that George Weah asked for almost $4-5 million even after election for NSA operation? It's in the CBA audit. After election, he was still collecting covert operation money. Baka came in, he said, well, other NSA. After people told him, he said, no, chief, if you yourself want money, that where you get the money from. So you can't close NSA. So he said, no, I made a mistake. And we're not going to close NSA. We're not going to audit NSA. We're going to leave it open so we ourselves can benefit. So I don't see the Summer 12 thing going anywhere. They will just push it around, and at the end of the day, they will throw it out because the current CDC, the current UP government is continuing to use the NSA as one of the places where they get corrupt money and they share it among themselves.
Well, talking about the Summer 12 one, this one I found to be very funny. The Supreme Court of Liberia on Tuesday, which is today, November 11, postponed the scheduled hearing after the bench sat only 3 justices. So they didn't have enough.
I don't know the rules, but 3 justices should be enough, right? Because they are majority, right?
They said the Supreme Court didn't have enough justices, so they postponed the case.
Hey, we'll continue like that. I don't see them doing anything.
It's all bluff, man. It's all bluff.
Listen, we talked about patriotism. Julie Rambo, thank you for calling for in. I know you're in the Netherlands. Bidel, thank you for signing. Listen, this is so funny. This country. We talk about patriotism, right? And we're talking about the ideals of a country, the soul of a country that will make you to say, you know what, there's a social contract between my nation, and my nation have fulfilled her, and to the point that I would be able to die and keep this going for generations to come. When you look at what's happening here, when they say the soul of this country has been sick, and someone said that if the foundation is crooked, the elevation will be crooked as well. We have to find another way. Robert, it's just not working.
Yeah, it's not working.
Okay, so let me make another point here, right?
It's not working because
this unjust enrichment thing is a critical thing. Because for countries who really want to fight corruption, they shift what we call the burden of proof. If you follow Liberian law, we follow the British law and the American law, what we call the common law. The burden of proof is on the prosecutor at all point in time. He must prove that charge and every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's right.
Okay, but when it comes to illicit enrichment and unexplained wealth, that burden shifts. You now who will pull a check, you never have money, you suddenly got $millions of dollars, the burden shifts to you to explain how you got this money. And when you fail to do that, they will convict you of a criminal offense.
Yeah, but then I think you need the brightest mind on the table when it comes to the drafting of those laws, because I'm not a lawyer, but just looking at the explanation you just gave, especially in a society like Liberia, is easy. You can easily explain over the period of 6 years how you're making $150,000 yearly, right? Plus bonuses. These folks take trips abroad. We don't know what the per diems are.
And how you
right?
got to 7 million?
Right, no, but not that. But if they are investing in businesses, which, from all indication, she's invested
And that
in
will reflect in
businesses.
the tax return, right?
The tax return laws are not. It's a lot of problems. There's too many holes. There's right? Exactly. There's too many holes, and so the government to fight
Rabbi,
this.
you see the complication, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There's too many holes. So to your point about the burden of proof being switched, it's easy to make the argument because the government themselves are not adequately prepared to really. They don't have the systems. They don't have the tools to really say, you know what? Okay, you have to prove that in the tax laws. They don't have that. There are many small companies that don't even understand what these laws are. They are not. They are not. They're not respecting those laws. They don't have to go by them. So it's easy. She can easily say, "Well, I was making $150,000 in a period of 6 years. I invested in this business, and this business is bringing in a revenue of over $800,000 every annually." It's easy.
And
So
then
we
and
need
then
to
what
get
happened?
we need to, huh?
And then what happened? She was scot free, right?
That's it.
Fine. That's the law we want them to pass. Pass the law. Pass the law. So
But
that
they need to do more than just passing the law. They need to put in structure and systems so that when those laws are
the law
passed,
is part and parcel of the system.
yeah, but it's just on paper. It's not on.
No,
It's not. It's
but
not
at the
in.
first basis for putting in system is the law. The first basis for the system is the law. So if you pass a law, all that thing you're talking now, that the law will appoint a specific agency and say, okay, you can invite these people if you believe that they are in possession of asset that is beyond the means, you can invite them. If they
Okay, so
fail
Soma,
to
let me ask you this
justify,
question. Let me ask you
yeah,
this question. Why, in your own wisdom as a lawyer, and you understand the system better than I do in Liberia, we are currently investing in this budget 34.3 million on anti-corruption programs in Liberia. We've invested millions of dollars over the past decades since 2005. How many people? How many people through these programs, Mr. Jerome? How many Liberian officials has been arrested, prosecuted, and locked up? With all of the resources, how many have we had in Liberia? Name me one.
and there are few. I know, for
Okay.
example,
Name,
We're talking about government.
this loud senator from Sano County. The loud
what's,
most
what,
TJ
went to jail.
was convicted, and Brandon
okay.
Samoka was convicted, right?
Okay.
Did they go to
Yeah.
jail?
So what
No,
happened to
because
Brandon Samuka?
why in Liberia we don't believe big men should go to jail.
It defeats the purpose.
Eh,
It defeats
I
the
mean,
purpose.
Josh, we have commuted the sentence of Brandon Samoka, right?
No,
And in
come
the
on.
TJ case, he was given a schedule of payment. Because I'm telling you, it's a cultural thing. But in Liberia, we believe big men should not go to jail. Jail is
And
for small men.
the system does not work.
But every
It
day,
doesn't
the
work that
typical
way.
Liberian man go to pray.
Right.
He pray to God to win DV so he can come to America. He pray to God to win DV so he can go to France or South Korea or places where they jail big people. But in his country, big people don't go to jail even when they are found guilty of corruption. The court gives them a schedule of payment and say, go pay this money that you stole. Right? When you steal money, you're supposed to go to jail. There is no question. So
You
we
go to
don't
jail
believe.
and you pay
So
restitution.
let me tell you what with Ellen, because I was at the LSCC when Ellen was there. Ellen was mostly interested in the optics. That she was a reformer, she was reforming the system, she was putting in system, but she was not particularly interested in seeing big people go to jail. She just wanted that impression that she's fighting corruption and she's doing well. She put her system. You know what? You know one of the practical things she did, Jerome?
Mm-hmm.
She brought a lot of 70 and 80-year-old people as commissioners. One of the commissioners could not climb the stairs to go upstairs to go. When they had meeting upstairs, they had to bring the meeting downstairs because she was not able to climb the stairs because she was just too old. So when you bring 70 or 80-year-old people together and say go fight corruption, you know that it's not going to be any speed. So it's a problem. So it's a cultural thing. But I tell you, this case with Finda, it has a lot of legal holes. It's not big. Jerome, you see the thing, you're not even a lawyer, but you're reading the thing, you don't see the establishment of the crime. Yeah, yes. It's just the fact that she was poor and she suddenly got rich, so we now have to make her to pay. But half of the politicians in Liberia were poor, they suddenly got rich. So how many of them are you going to prosecute? You have a marshal going on in FOIA. What are you going to do about it, Mr. Asset, and how to recover? Are you going to recover the FOIA marshal? Are you going to recover the FOIA marshal? Maybe when you do that, Liberia people will know you're serious. But you're not serious yet because a marshal is going up in FOIA. Government money is being spent. Government security people are being sent there to protect it. You're not doing that. What are you going to do about the yellow machine? Gentleman agreement. I thought we were supposed to operate under the laws of Liberia. How are we operating under the gentleman agreement to bring machines to Liberia that Liberia will pay several $1 million? What are you going to do about it, Clamati?
And the yellow machine went from $77 million to $22 million, almost 50-something million.
Nobody is being held accountable. Who attempted to steal $50 million from Liberia? Attempted theft is a crime in Liberia. Who's going to pay? We don't believe in Liberia that big people should go to jail. So you can fix a country if big people don't go to jail.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, most of you here, you are as shocked as I am. I think it was, several years ago, Honorable Besoga Finley said something, and I thought he was kidding when he says, what did he say? The bribery or one of those things is not a crime, or corruption is not something he said, and people were shocked. And then we researched it. He was right. Most of the things you're talking about, he says, bribery or something, he said, is punishable by $25 fine. and I couldn't wrap my head around. You want to tell me if the person stole $10 million from the Liberian government or embezzlement or whatever that is, their fine cannot exceed $25. And he was reading these laws to me, and I was sitting there and said, what is going on here? So we learned today that even when we talk about these things, people are talking about everywhere you go, they're talking about lifestyle audit, lifestyle audit. I've said it myself. Everybody says it. But what is lifestyle audit?
Where is it in Liberian law? Which part of the law is it?
Yeah, where you just go to somebody and say, Dr. Peabody, you were here, you were wearing a Texas flag. Now you go to Liberia, you're wearing your Giorgio Armani suit.
Gucci.
So you gotta explain where you got it from, how you got it, who got it. I mean, so the country look at we make the law as we go along. We make the law as we go along, and nobody and the counselor is here. And as we are reading the indictment on the Finaboro, they got 99 charges, 99 counts. And as we went through few of them, you look at it, usually in the United States, they will say robbery, Garguah, theft of property, violation of penal code, XYZ on this day. Over there, we didn't see no penal code, nothing. They just said they did this. So what law are they breaking? Then we just find out that most of the charges are not even law. Like we're talking about lifestyle audit. It's not a crime. Moving money is not a crime until you can establish that the money being moved was stolen. It was received, criminally. And you have to prove all of that. We didn't know that. So all this we're doing here, we're wasting our time. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, I'm losing some hair here because I just couldn't understand, believe some of the stuff the lawyer is telling us. So all this we've be talking about lifestyle audit and money laundering. There's no law against it.
You know,
right now you can stop.
Good to see everybody, though. Good to see you, Robert.
Your $10 million, your $20 million, you can stop. You just can't.
I mean, Jerome, I think your internet your Wi-Fi is
That's your internet, man.
That Jerome internet, huh? Yours.
Robert, good to see you.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you, man.
Councilor Freeman, good to see you as well.
You're welcome.
Is mine? Okay, then let me go.
I just decided, very tired. Just came back from Freetown, and I drove on Bombay Highway, one of the worst highway I ever seen in the country. You drive 2 minutes, and 3 minutes is a pothole. You drive another 2 minutes, another pothole, and it's one of the worst. A 30-minute would take you more than an hour, 30 minutes. But I've been following the story. I've been following the show, and I think sometimes people, the councilor will agree with me, that sometimes people believe their emotions are law. They just have this notion about Fina Bono and think that their emotions, or what they think about Fina, then you can indict her. And I don't know. The councilor can probably talk about it. But it appears, I don't know how true it is, but I hear they have tried to confiscate property, whether they have any legal right to confiscate business. I don't know whether the Access Recovery Team have prosecuting power and all of that. But I think they are forming judgment or forming a verdict already on Ms. Bono. I think the fact of the matter, I would say this: Fina didn't work in key areas where she had to sign documents for money and she had to sign for contract. Fina was just aid to the president and all of that. But let me say this: I think most time people don't follow the law. They don't know what the law is, and they just jump the gun. And sometimes the messages must come from people who are also very clean. When you are indicting people or coming up with message, I think the person who delivering the message should also be clean. And I think, I'll be honest, Clyde Martin is not an honest man. He's been involved in a lot of mess. To put that man in the head of Asset Recovery Team, and you can just come up and say something and publish all these things about people and just one. And in our gullible culture that we live in, the moment you say things like that, it spreads around the world, spread in our country, that look at the millions of dollars this person have taken. Look at this store. She put her children. And, Councilor, I'll let you come in. But one of the most disgusting things, people that are writing on Facebook are some of the people that Fina helped personally. Did a lot for them.
Wow.
And it kind of hurts to see them writing these things about her when they should just. I will be quiet. I really won't say anything if this person had benefited from this person. But we shouldn't use our emotion to form judgment or verdict on people. Maybe Councilor, you can talk about it, Councilor Freeman. But I just wanted to come up.
Just a clarification with regards to the confiscation. Sometimes people confuse it. When you charge somebody with a financial crime or a crime that will lead to a judgment of restitution, you have a right at the early stages to freeze the assets. We call it's under Liberian law, they call the Proceeds of Crimes Act, provisional measures for proceeds of crime. So it's like saying, I want to carry Robert to court, and maybe the judge will issue a $1 million judgment. So, Your Honor, you know what? Robert got a hotel in Liberia, it generates income. So what we'll do, let's put that hotel as part of our record and let's keep tabs on it, so that if the judgment goes against Robert, we don't need to look for where he will pay this money. But most time the judge will agree if the evidence looks good, if the evidence, is sound. But mumbo jumbo that Martin put together, I don't see any judge is likely to put a freeze on Finabondo asset because he has not even established what we call in law a course of action. Like I said, let's assume that everything he said in the indictment is true. Fina said, yes, I was poor. Then I got money. I spent more than $6 million. Everything he said is true. And so what? What is the Liberian law that says that committed a crime? It doesn't exist. So no crime, no law, and no crime. You see? So I don't see why it is true that when you are pursuing a financial crime, there is an opportunity to freeze the assets. But if the evidence is not so strong, the judge may not sign onto it. And I don't see it likely. Maybe I may be wrong. Anybody can be wrong. I will admit if I'm wrong. But for now, what Martin has put together looks like an angry man who is out to get vengeance from the people who took his sweet money coffin Liberian job from him, and he wants to get even. So, Finaden were probably responsible or whatever, or CDC, and he's trying to get even. Maybe he's just ignorant, plain ignorant. And like I said, he's an experienced lawyer. He's been 25 years in the business. Maybe his 25 years have been going to central prison to free people. He has not been involved in financial crimes. So he doesn't understand the rudiments. Because if you look at some of the things he's writing, like suspicious transaction, huge sums of money, what does it matter? Even the man can transfer $1 trillion. It doesn't matter. You can transfer $1 trillion. It's none of your business. If I committed a crime, you come on and say I committed a crime. How much money I transfer? Where I send it back, I turn it around. How is that? It's none of your business. If I committed a crime, tell me I committed a crime. Let's go to court. Don't waste my time.
Wow. I mean, that's very. But Doc, your internet look like it's pretty good in LIB. Are you currently in Monrovia?
So we got shut down, right? We kind of in like 10 or 15 minutes we'll be shutting down, right?
Yeah, we'll be shutting down in 10 minutes. Yeah, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be down. Yeah, but Doc, you in Monrovia currently?
Yeah, in Monrovia. I just got back.
Oh, okay, that's good, man. I saw you on that back. I saw you on the back. I was like, you gotta be careful on that back, man, with those bags.
So you cannot walk the distance from the Liberian side. Nah, you are pressing me. You see my light gone. you see my light gone. I'm actually using my phone from the US and I'm using a hotspot.
Oh wow! But it's very good. But we can still see you though. We can still see you, even though it's dark. We can still see you.
Yeah, the current distance.
But I thought they said LEC was consistent now.
Yeah, the one just went. So.
Yeah, but yeah, but I'm kind of jealous because I haven't been back home since last year. So be safe out there, and thank you for the kid from Sierra Leone. But Freeman, man, is crazy, man. The system we have a systemic problem in Liberia, and we need to fix it because if we don't fix it, we can have all the laws on the books as much as we can, but there will still be loopholes when we don't have the tools to ensure that we can prosecute these folks. So to your point again, without being a lawyer, just looking at it, I've said I don't think this government is serious about fighting corruption, and I think these charges are politically targeted. It's not about prosecution, it's not about conviction, it's not about sending a message, it's about basically going after their political opponents. I think that's what it is. And the fact that some people within CDC have challenged the government to prosecute them, I think they understand that even if they were corrupt, they understand the loophole in government. They understand that it's difficult to prove a lot of these allegations. And it's kind of sad. It's really sad. Are you currently in Liberia, or are you out of Liberia, Freeman?
No, I've been in US for like 4 years.
Oh, you've been in the US 4 years. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, probably I'll go back to Liberia. A lot of people will be chasing me. But I don't really care because when I work for an LSCC, for example, I was into asset verification and I was really afraid. So even though the LSCC didn't assign me a bodyguard, but I hire like private security and other things like that, just to make sure somebody who is not very happy can just corner me. Maybe I'm going for a drink, and try to do something to me. So I hired a private bodyguard and I was operating like that.
Okay.
So I don't really take my security lightly. So even if I were to go to Liberia, I'll probably get some security just to make sure, that everything
Is it just under this government, or is this something that
No,
you?
when I did that, it was under any government.
Okay.
But you don't take chances because when you're handling corruption cases, if you take chances, you'll be falling in the gutter. Yeah. I mean, but think about it. First, the people got money. They can pay people to harm other people. So if you take chances, even the food people cook for you, you don't just like if I go, for example, too many people, I may decide I don't feel like eating, stuff like that. You just take. I mean, I'm not saying that was saved me per se, but I'm saying I took those extra.
That I hope you and Tomalin, because Tomalin, I hope you guys are not just eating everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Tomalin is safe because Tomalin got good friends in this government.
So I've been out of Liberia for like 4 years. Maybe I will go back next year. I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. But
what I've done, Sylvester, Robert, what I've done, we've been eating together. So if you put a wish there and all are eating the same thing, you gotta grab
but you guys never work for the Anti-Corruption Commission, so you haven't crossed on people. So, but sometimes you cross people and they are not happy. You don't know.
The thing is, what Liberia need to do, we need to get from because we didn't have
That your speaker is going in and out.
I said what we need to do. Can you hear me?
Yes, man, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I said I think what we need to do is, I think people need to take time. If you want to build a case against somebody, counselor, I think people need to take time, build a case, then they'll rush just because you want to prove a point that you're working or you've been following things. But
sometimes the budget season was coming, so he couldn't wait.
Yes, you're right.
But there's still nothing in there for him.
No, he got 2.2 million now, 2.3 million now.
Yeah, but
and if he's running mind you, why Martin Colley left? Because he was running a one-man show. So imagine one man gets 2.3 million that nobody else has a say in how he spend that money. You may take it to be ordinary, but that's a lot of money. So the reason why Klamati is making a lot of noise now is because they are passing the budget. Klamati wants to make sure that when they're passing that budget, they remember that Klamati has to pursue.
And so there should be no reason for them to recast his budget. There should be no reason for them to take anything out of it. He needs the 2-point-something million.
He needs that whole thing because he got to go to Britain to look for evidence. There's some evidence in Australia. Somebody told him about it. He got to go to Australia for that evidence. He got so many places to go.
You got to go to Switzerland and check it as well, right? You got to go to Switzerland to check the bank, right?
You got to go to other places so that $2.5 million, they must pass it. So he got to make a lot of noise now so people know that he's very busy. Even though he hasn't put nothing together, he just put a bunch of what I call legal mumbo jumbo. He just put it together and threw it up in the air and hoping that something will stick somewhere. If nothing sticks,
what if Fenabundle reached out to you to be a part of her legal team? What would be your response?
I don't have a problem because I think that they kind of just picking. Look, I've been a long-term advocate against corruption in Liberia. I have been advocating for the prosecution of people who stole money. What I don't want to see in Liberia is a justice that has one eye open. That when they see Reverend Luther Tapper, they say, no, we're not looking for people like you, but we're looking for Fina. When they see the public welfare minister Giddens, they say, no, you belong to the United Party, so justice is not applicable to you. We're looking for CDC people or recalcitrants. They're not the justice I want to see. I want to see a justice that across the board. Look, in a serious justice system by now, we asking questions, what is going on in Lofa? In Foya?
That's right.
What are they doing there?
Especially
Who's spending
the
money?
under-recovery team.
In a serious justice system, we want to know who attempted to rob Liberia of over $50 million in a fake 286 yellow machine scheme.
Yep.
So that's not justice. When you try to pick on some small individual because you feel they are vulnerable. So I don't have a problem. It's not like I'm looking for you or anything like that, but I don't have a problem because as much as I'm an anti-corruption advocate or anything, the justice we want to see is an even-handed justice, not a justice system that is calibrated to pursue political opponents and then people you have in your government confessing to committing crimes. You're not doing anything about it, but you're trying to pretend that you are pursuing justice by chasing out your political opponent. That's nonsense.
Yeah, I agree with you, Counselor, because look, man, take it or leave it. It's just witch hunting. Take it or leave it. I'm a very objective person. I speak the truth. We disagree, we agree. I think this rush to indict Fina is just selective, and it just tend to embarrass her and embarrass the family. But I think I don't care what people think. I think Fina is a decent person. She's a very good person. I think she worked very hard. People just felt jealous of her because of her relationship with President Doe and key decision. But she's a decent person, and Fina didn't pass budget. Fina didn't have a budget that he gave her and say you control this or you in charge of this country. It's all people talking. They say and that say and that one Fina did this, Fina did it. And I'm putting my integrity in line. I just think that, Counselor, and I agree with you. I just think the charges against her are mumbo justice. Fake charges and stuff like that. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think they're trying to push this narrative. Deep down, I think that they think, like in many cases, that she was one of those because she's very close to the president. I think they think that she was one of those that is being used, right, to as a safe haven for some of those monies for George Weah. And I won't be surprised if they were to come after, they don't think that's a smart.
Well, they gotta win the Fina case first.
Yeah. But
that's what the Fina case is like the testing center. Yeah. So they gotta win the Fina case first, and then later on they can go after other people. I mean, I would like to see corrupt people being jailed. I think the real problem in Liberia is that we only put small people in jail. There is a long-standing cultural or mindset that big people not supposed to go to jail. So the country can change it. Big people don't go to jail because big people are the best example for justice is when you slam one minister in jail or you slam one big man in jail. Look, that is the best example, but we don't believe that. So we believe the jail is for ordinary. That's why we don't even improve the jail system, because we don't believe that big people will go there. We only know that it's small people. So I don't support any corrupt act or anything like that. But professionally, you're going to bring charges. Those charges must be compliant with the rule of law. If you're going to bring charges, they must be consistent. They must be even-handed. It must not be seen as all these people were in CDC and I don't like them, so I'm going to pursue them. Those kinds of things. So I don't want that. And that's why I'm speaking out in the hope that maybe they will take that nonsense they wrote and change it and maybe put something better on the paper that can go to court, that's fine. But what they have there that they have written will not stand scrutiny in a court of law.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. But listen, I think Doc, I think we got what 8 o'clock. What's his name is not coming back. He just told me that they're
Yeah,
having a
yeah, I
bad
think we're
weather.
kind of wrapping up now.
Yeah. So yeah, you want to
No,
give your close.
I wanted to actually, that would probably be my question around. But first, we'll go to counselor. But let me see the counselor, and maybe you can answer that. They are in power. They're lawyers, the judges. 9 out of 10 side with them. So this case should not be taken for granted, though, Councilor Freeman.
Well, I don't really know how it will end. I'm just giving my technical assessment of the indictment, what was missing, what was not there, what was not proven in the indictment. I really don't know how it will end. I really got no interest in FINA herself or in CDC. As far as I'm concerned, CDC should never come to power because they abused the opportunity the first time around. Okay, but that's not what we're discussing. We are discussing whether the indictment against FINA can stand scrutiny in a court of law. And I'm saying no, it cannot stand scrutiny in a court of law. And if I were them, I would just take it back quietly. They say, well, Labrador was a small shit better than big shit, right? You just take it back and say, Your Honor, I made a little mistake. I need to correct it. Can you please give me my paper back? Let me make some corrections. Take it back. You make the correction, but to allow you to go to court, then the judge put you in the middle of the place and start asking you, counselor, show me the law. Point to the law in the book. Let me see it. And you got no law to point to. I mean, that would be much more disgraceful. So I just urge Clamartin, look, Clamartin, your state got more money to make in Labrador. I know you and your men Serenius. You're not interested in justice. You're only interested in extracting as much money as you can get out of Liberia. Take it back and put it together a little bit, let it get some weight, you bring it back. But the one that you submitted now, it can't stand scrutiny. It will not go anywhere, and it will embarrass you. Because that money you want to make, when it embarrass you, you will not even be able to make the money that you want to make.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate you. I think the audience enjoyed you today. You spoke some truth. I'm kind of I don't think that. Do you think that we have judges in Liberia that are independent to the law and to the law only, and they're
I
not
would
being
say yes and
influenced by
no.
the
I
executive?
would say
Okay.
yes and no. Yes, there are judges, and no, sometimes some of the judges want to twist the law. But I have confidence that the process in Liberia allows for you to challenge judges when they try to circumvent the law. Like me, if I go to a court and you trying to push things around, I am going to file a bill of certiorari, or I'm going to file to the next level judge. I did it to one guy. He been knowing me for a long time. He said, "My man, you been knowing me. I've been knowing you for long. But why you had to carry me upstairs? We call it upstairs." I said, "But I told you in court, you were not listening, and you were talking a lot of things, and I knew very well you were wrong. But saying you want a different person to tell you that you were wrong, so I brought you upstairs so they can tell you that you're wrong." But at the end of the day, but I don't think he really wanted to. He was just embarrassed because it took 5 minutes for the judge to tell him, "But why are you guys pursuing this thing? This thing is wrong. Why are you doing this? You got to go back and reverse what you're doing." So the system has an inbuilt mechanism that even if the judge wanted to be biased, you can appeal the process above and the judge can be corrected. The only people who can be corrected are the Supreme Court. Anything below the Supreme Court can be corrected. So I have faith in our system. As much as we may, like outsider may say, it's not, I have faith in our system. And when I lose, sometimes we grumble, but I lose, I accept it. Okay? It's not all the time you win. So you win, you lose. When you lose, you accept it. But the system can work. Let's see how we can make it work. Okay? Like now we're telling Clamartin, that mumbo jumbo you put together, it's not going to go anywhere. You either take it by now and save yourself a small shame, or you will get a big shame when you go to court and the court has to rule against you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. It's up to you, Doc. But yeah.
You'll have a good night,
all right,
Counselor.
Okay, guys.
We need you to come into and talk about that $1.2 billion budget.
Well, another time we'll find some time. It's a tough time getting some free time, but when I have it, we'll talk about that. Okay, I'll see you guys. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you for watching us, the closing edition. The Tuesday edition of the closing argument. This is Dr. Peabody. And we're looking forward to having you guys back tomorrow. So Gayman, the team will be back. We'll be back here tomorrow, and have a good night from my end. Have a good night.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyker Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.